Dynamic Thought by Thomas Hamblin. Things to Observe. Do not worry that you cannot follow the course exactly. Do what you can, adapt it to your life, and do your best. The principal thing is to get twice daily into the silence, to quieten the senses, and get in touch with the unseen. That is God, divine mind. The name does not matter. Another vital thing is to use affirmations and denials, explained later. Yet another is meditation, for you grow into the likeness of that upon which you meditate. Still, another is visualizing. Always visualize the good, the beautiful, and true, and your life will reflect them. It also increases concentration. While receiving this course, refrain from all hazardous speculation. Do not launch out in business without capital and expect all to turn out right. Wait until the way is made clear. Guidance will come in time. Therefore, do not force things. As soon as you start right thinking, you build up your life. Yet it takes time to manifest. At first, things may seem worse, but keep on, and they will soon settle down. You cannot fail in the long run if you persist and persevere. Chapter 1, The Power Within. I want you to realize that within you are infinite power and possibilities, that the inward power can be aroused and brought into expression by holding high ideals in the mind and by affirmations and meditation. That it is necessary to spend a short time in the unseen, both night and morning. That by so doing you can enter a superconscious realm where your word is creative, that what you speak comes to pass, that what you mentally picture must come true, and that it is only by following high ideals that true success can be achieved. Therefore, picture a higher life, the highest you can conceive, and affirm that it is yours. The objects of this course are to alter your mental attitude and to direct your thoughts into those channels which lead to success, achievement, health, happiness, and perfect good. The arousing of the inward power and the overcoming of bad habits, the building up of character, and the discovery and development of the creative faculty. First of all, I want you to consider thoughtfully what is before you. It is not exactly an easy road which you have chosen. No path that leads upward ever is. The path of victory is always thorny. But when the thorns hurt the feet most, we can console ourselves with the thought that the path really does lead somewhere, and we know definitely that it leads to success, achievement, happiness, and satisfaction. Difficulties there will be, disappointments, failures, and setbacks. But to him who sets his face towards the light and will keep steadily onward, there must come success and accomplishment and victory above all expectation. If now you merely read this and pass on, the amount of good that it will do you will be none at all. This course is useless if you do not do it. It is the doing it that will change your character and your life. Therefore, stop now and think carefully over the path that lies before you. Estimate its difficulties. Do not think lightly of them, and make up your mind here and now to conquer. You may have failed in the past, but this time you must, you will, and you shall overcome every difficulty and weakness and achieve dominion over yourself, victory over your circumstances and complete control over your life. There must and shall be no failure this time. This time, you are going to succeed through the power that is within you. Now, close your eyes and mentally picture yourself radiant, strong, successful, happy, full of the joy and zest of life. See yourself treading a path that leads ever upwards. Behind you, the air is murky and gloomy, but in front is increasing brightness and loveliness. See yourself progressing, climbing, winning. See yourself trampling old habits and weaknesses under your feet. See yourself meeting difficulties in your path, and see yourself sustained by a mighty inward power, brushing all obstructions aside and never faltering in your upward climb. Concentrate with all your powers upon this mental imagery. Persevere until you can see yourself shorn of all weaknesses and imperfections, the perfect image of your perfect self. Make a concrete, sharply defined image in your mind of yourself as you desire to be. See yourself master of circumstances, attracting all good things by the power of your mental forces. Whatever you create in this manner, in your mental world, will later be manifested in your outward life. In other words, by mental imagery, you are creating your future self. You will gradually grow into the likeness of the image that you are now creating. Therefore, create the right image. Let your ambition be a high one. Do not picture yourself as a common man, satisfied with vulgar pleasures. Instead, create a perfect man, the most perfect of which you can conceive. In the same way, when you throw your mind forward and foresee the task before you, and will that all difficulties shall be overcome, and that if you get weary of well-doing, you will not give up, but will persevere and arouse fresh interest in the task of self-culture and achievement. Then you are already winning the battle in advance. You are making your ultimate success doubly sure. This journey of yours is not a walkover. It is a fight all the way, but at the same time, a winning all the time. For although difficulties are real, yet you have within you the powers which make difficulties and obstacles melt away. Great and omnipotent is the power within you. Nothing can stay your upward climb. There is nobody who can prevent you succeeding except yourself. There is nothing that can stop your progress but your own doubt and fear. All things are possible if you believe that they are possible. Unbounded confidence, the keynote of success. You cannot fail. You yourself are success. Another word for unbounded confidence is faith. Every successful man is a confident man. He believes wholeheartedly in his own power to succeed. This is not vanity or being too cocksure. Instead, it is either conscious or unconscious or subconscious realization of the inward power. This is why so few men are really successful. So few men ever arouse the mighty powers that are within them. Every successful man is a man of faith and a man who cultivates hope. He is never a pessimist, and he brings that which he hopes for into being and reality by the strength of his faith. Therefore, I want you first of all to cultivate hope and faith, for without those qualities, no one, no matter how gifted or clever, can ever succeed. That you have these two qualities is proved by the fact that you are reading this course. Without hope, a man is as good as dead. Without faith, he is like a rudderless ship, drifting hither and thither with every wind and current. On the other hand, all things are possible to the man who has both these qualities. Cast your eyes over the lives of all men of great achievement, and you will see that they were all animated by hope and sustained by faith. In their darkest hours they hoped on, believing that soon the reaction would come, which would carry them on to the accomplishment of their ambitions. Hope reaches forward and claims success. Faith holds on until success is attained. Therefore, seek to develop these qualities to their fullest extent. It is a well-known fact that when a man turns his face round and determines to fight his way to success, or to overcome evil habit, or to raise himself in any way, either mentally, morally, physically, or spiritually, then everything seems to happen to thwart his new intention and to throttle his new desires. So long as he goes on in his old way, drifting with the tide, floating about helplessly, the sport of fate and the prey of outside circumstances, nothing unusual happens. But directly a start is made in an upward direction, then all kinds of psychic powers seem to be let loose, whose object appears to be to prevent the student from making any progress in his new life. When a man realizes his own interior powers and determines to make use of them, such a disturbance takes place that unless he possesses hope and faith, he will be tempted to turn his back on the new life and to sink back again into the old sluggish, drifting existence, which leads to disappointment and despair. Those people, variously known as Christian scientists, mental scientists, spiritual scientists, no matter what they call themselves, all experience the same thing. Even the health is affected in a curious way. Friends are peevish and irritable, little things go wrong in business, and generally one is out of sorts and all things awry. When this experience comes to one, then is the time to exercise hope and faith. First of all, remember that the condition is only temporary. After a few days, in some cases, it may be weeks. The health will improve, friends will become genial, and harmony will again reign in your life. When the entities that caused the disturbance realize that you mean to keep on, and that you cannot be bullied into going back to the old life, they will quickly leave you. In any case, there is nothing to be afraid of, because these entities are helpless if one does not fear them. Hope on. By faith, hang on, and you will win through. Do not be discouraged by seeming failure. Nothing was ever won without effort. What can be had without effort is not worth having. Take encouragement from the fact that this disturbance in your life proves that vital changes are taking place within, that the vast powers of your subliminal mind are beginning to awaken, and that the entities of your old erroneous beliefs and habits are taking their departure. Believe now that you can conquer and win through, and you will. What you believe you can do, because all power is within you. I want you to make what is known as an affirmation. I want you to affirm the following: the old life is dead and buried. I have severed myself from it once and for all. Henceforth, I live the new life of success and power, of self-mastery and all accomplishment. First of all, memorize these words. Keep repeating them over until they sink deeply into your memory, and their meaning finds a place in your consciousness. If you can get a few moments to yourself during the day, practice making the affirmations. The right way is as follows. Go into a quiet place. Whether you sit, stand, or lie down is immaterial. Now, close your eyes and say the words over very earnestly. Strive to realize all that they mean and address the words to your inner mind. Do this for several minutes and finish by making the affirmation into space. Hurl it out as a message to the universe, and by so doing, you will come into harmony with innumerable invisible forces who will help and strengthen you. Do not make the affirmation while in a state of strain and nervous tension. Relax yourself, take a deep breath, and as you exhale, let your muscles go limp. Smooth out your nerves until your whole body is in a peaceful, easy state. Concentrate your thoughts on what you're doing. If they wander, bring them back and begin again. The more you concentrate, the better will be the result. The most important time, in fact, the time above all times, for making the affirmation is just as you are falling to sleep. There is a great psychological reason for this. If you can fall asleep while making the affirmation or while visualizing it, so much the better. Therefore, take no food or stimulants just before retiring. In the early morning, immediately on waking, is the next best time. Both should be made use of. But of the two, the one just before sleep is by far the more important. The influence of these two affirmations will be felt during the day, but it can be intensified by retiring into yourself at intervals during the day and mentally repeating the affirmation. This will give you a sense of power and confidence and hope, such as you have never experienced before. This is not imagination. It is your hitherto unsuspected interior powers being aroused into activity. When you have finished making the affirmation, again close your eyes and make a mental picture of yourself in the manner already taught. See yourself a radiant being with the old life and its murkiness and imperfections left far behind you, pressing forward to higher and better things, trampling old habits and weaknesses under your feet. Try and realize that you have the power to raise yourself above the ordinary things of life, that you can breathe a rarer and purer atmosphere. This will not be easy. It requires concentration and perseverance. You will find it difficult to see yourself clearly, and difficult to keep your mind concentrated upon the making of the image. There is only one thing to do, and that is to keep on trying. Thus, in the first lesson, do you come face to face with a battle royal. With most students, this visualizing is a great difficulty. But no matter how difficult it may be, it has to be overcome. If you fail to overcome this difficulty, then you fail in this course of lessons. If you fail to overcome now, you will fail in the larger things of life. The best way to overcome a difficulty is by getting interested in it. When you have developed interest, enthusiasm is aroused, and after that concentration becomes comparatively easy, and this commands success. Remember that all men of great achievement have had this power greatly developed. Therefore, if you wish to be great and successful, you must first develop this same faculty. There has never been a great act or achievement in the world's history that was not first visualized in this manner. Everything is first created in the unseen before it is manifested in the seen. When you, by dint of practice, can visualize clearly and distinctly, you will have developed creative power. Not figuratively, but literally so. The outer world of matter is subservient to the inner world of mind. This is a great occult truth, which has been withheld from ordinary people and has been, until recently, the closely guarded secret of certain secret orders. It is now given into your hands, and you are put upon your honor not to reveal it to others. When they have reached a certain stage of their development, the knowledge will come to them by some channel or other. In the meantime, it does more harm than good to try to impart occult knowledge to those who are not ready to receive it. The more clearly you can visualize, the more clean-cut will be the results in your daily life. This creative power can be so highly developed that a sick man can make himself well, a poor man can change his circumstances from poverty to prosperity, and a miserable and despondent pessimist can change himself into a cheery optimist. By visualizing and by denials and affirmations, by meditation and by the exercise of hope and faith, the life, character, and circumstances can be transformed. Therefore, practice your affirmations and persevere with your visualizing. They will lead to results of which you can at present form but a faint conception. To obtain the best results from this course, it is necessary to set apart a special time every day for meditation and concentration. The reason man is so weak and unhappy is because he lives the whole of his time in the objective life, the shallow material life of the senses, and neglects the deeper, grander, and transcendental life of the inner mind. It is the inner life that gives power and peace and satisfaction. The outer material life of the senses brings only worry and care. The inner life of the deeper mind brings strength, wisdom, understanding, and ability to accomplish and achieve. It is a proved scientific fact that you grow into the likeness of that upon which you meditate. If you meditate upon evil, then evil will come into your life. If you meditate upon revenge, your life will be turned into an inferno of trouble. On the other hand, if you meditate upon happiness and other higher mental states, then happiness will be yours. And if you let your thoughts dwell upon peace, then peace of mind will result. All these states and many others are within you. They can be called forth by meditation. You can call forth either good or evil, success or failure, strength or weakness, happiness or woe. Everything is in your own hands. This meditation is to be used every day and twice a day if possible. Try and arrange to spend half an hour in meditation before retiring for the night. Sit in a quiet place, relax your body, and concentrate upon these words. Within me are infinite powers seeking expression. In the past, because I did not know of their existence, they have been stifled and suppressed. Now, I will that they shall be called into activity and find perfect and full expression in my body in the form of perfect health, in my life in the form of success and achievement, in my heart in the form of a mighty upwelling of joy and happiness. Now that I have discovered this hidden and inexhaustible store of power and energy, my life is transformed. Weakness gives place to strength, sorrow to happiness, morbidness to radiant joy, pessimism to divine optimism, despair to hope, failure to success, poverty to prosperity, sickness to health. Henceforth, only the highest good can come into my life. Now, by the power of my thought forces, I am allied with and joined to the infinite principle of good, and we have become one. Henceforth, for me there is and can be no evil, only infinite good. All evil is now cast out of my life because I am one with the infinite good. No evil can come nigh my dwelling. Nothing can harm or destroy. Henceforth, by scientific thinking, I control my life, for my life is the result or effect of my thoughts. When evil thoughts, or weak thoughts, or failure thoughts, or fear thoughts, or poverty thoughts, or hate thoughts assail me, I will cast them out and think only of thoughts of love and strength, of health and prosperity, of success and achievement, and of the infinite perfection with which I am now allied, and of which I form a part. When meditating upon the above, take each thought separately in turn and concentrate all your thoughts upon it. Not only grasp its meaning, but try and picture what it means. For instance, when you think upon the words, "My life is transformed," try and see your life being transformed. See your weaknesses falling away from you like an old garment, and instead, strength, success, and noble qualities being born in their place. Practice and concentrate, and feel the power of this meditation. This ends the metaphysical part of this week's lesson. The following are some brief hints of great value to the student beginning the study of scientific thought. Everything works according to law. We, each of us, have what we deserve. Covet no man's goods, possessions, or happiness. He deserves them. Let him alone. Realize that the universe holds all that you can possibly desire for you. Hate no man. Hatred will come back like a boomerang and hurt you far more than it can the object of your hatred. Ignore what you cannot like and concentrate your mind on pleasant things. Be true, be honest, be faithful. All these create vibrations which will bring back blessings and happiness to you. You have entered a life, the power and possibilities of which you at present have no conception. It is a life of power to accomplish, and victory over all weaknesses, a life of prosperity and true success, of transcendent joy, and of peace and blessing to your fellows. Look up. Keep looking up. Keep on affirming, visualizing, meditating, believing, hoping. What you hope for and believe and affirm and visualize is yours. The brain is a very delicate instrument, the vehicle through which the mind finds expression. The mind cannot manifest its power if the brain is clouded by grossness of body. The one who would improve his or her mind, who would awaken the mighty powers within, must give up hurtful physical habits. It would be waste of time to affirm the higher qualities of the mind and then to go to bed intoxicated or full of pork chops and fried onions. Let your diet be on the light side. Always rise from the table slightly hungry rather than repleted. And never eat later than 3 hours before retiring to bed. This is a most important point, for the affirmations have more power if made when fasting. Bathe the body every day and follow by rough toweling. Do not wear too much clothing. Avoid tight collars and neckbands. Take a fair amount of exercise. Walking is the best form for most people. When walking, keep the shoulders fairly well back, the back hollow, and the body well balanced over the hips. Above all, keep the head up. Do not look down, but look up. As regards diet, eat the food that agrees with you best, but eat if you can digest them. 1 or 2 raw things every day, raw ripe fruit, salad, watercress. Masticate each mouthful of food until it becomes liquid. Get into the habit of breathing deeply and through the nose. Keep the mouth firmly closed. Keep your windows open night and day. Fresh air is cheap. Lastly, try always to maintain a cheerful frame of mind. It will be helpful for you to think of your subliminal mind as another person, one who is always listening. He hears all that you say and acts upon all the thoughts that you let pass the threshold of the inner mind. Hush! He is listening should be the watchword of your life. Let no thought of evil, of impurity, of weakness, of ill health, of failure, of hate, of anger, of fear enter your subliminal mind, for he will receive them as orders which he will obey. And being all-powerful, great, and terrible will be the results. Therefore, let only thoughts of good, purity, strength, health, success, love, self-control, courage, and determination enter this greater mind of vast intelligence and power. Do this, and your subliminal mind will take these thoughts as orders and will shape your life and health accordingly. The visualizing taught in this course, also the denials, affirmations, meditations, and other exercises, all have a strong, deep, scientific purpose in view, and this is the training of the subliminal mind. The main object of this lesson is to make a dent or impression on the subliminal mind and to make it realize that the old life is dead and that you have now entered a new life of health, success, and power. Your subliminal mind will accept this if you persevere with the visualizing and affirmations, and will thus be prepared for the more advanced training which is to follow. Let hush, he is listening, be the watchword of your life. Chapter 2. The Infinite Mind in Man. Gaze up into the sky at night and sense the infinite majesty of the universe. Get mentally into touch with those patient stars that flash and twinkle like gems of purest water. Realize that they are suns, situated millions of miles away. Then think of our own little spot in the universe, the solar system, the majestic magnetic sun, the planets all following certain paths, guided by a wonderful system of universal law. Let your mind sweep right from the grandest aspect of nature down to the atom itself. And what does it see? A power, expressing itself in an infinite variety of ways, in everything and through everything. There is nothing, not a grain, not an atom, not an electron, that does not contain this wondrous power. Man has been described as an epitome of the universe, an atom clairvoyantly observed as a replica of the solar system. Therefore we have universe within universe, and all animated, controlled, and directed by the universal or infinite mind. Therefore, the power that animates man is an infinite power. In man, the infinite mind finds its highest expression on the visible plane. At one time, man was thought to be an animal with a soul. Now, He is known to be an indestructible ego, with an imperishable mind finding expression in a temporary physical body. The cause of all man's weakness, mistakes, and failures has been that he has not realized the power within. Instead, he has thought himself to be separate and friendless, weak and helpless, adrift without chart or compass upon the sea of life. He has thought himself the victim of circumstance, the sport of fate, and the puppet of forces outside himself, worthless and insignificant, instead of realizing his wonderful interior powers and the grandeur of his being. Instead of being a worm, man is a king. Potentially, all the powers of the infinite mind are his. Instead of being the victim of circumstances, he can control them. Instead of being the puppet of forces outside himself, he has within him the power to be what he will, to do what he will, to accomplish all that he desires. Now, at last, the darkness is being pierced, and man realizes that he is a mental creature, mind as well as matter, one with the universal or infinite mind. The difference between him and the infinite mind is not one of kind, but of degree. Like a traveler lost in the bush who, almost dying at last, finds his way to a permanent spring of water and drinks again, knowing that he can never exhaust the everlasting supply, so does man, after long wanderings, at last realize that within him is a fountain of never-failing power and wisdom, and that his subliminal mind is linked up with and forms a part of the infinite mind of the universe. This is the greatest discovery in the history of the world, the crowning revelation of all the ages. Call how he may on these hidden forces, they can never fail to respond, for they are infinite and inexhaustible. Man stands alone and apart from all other creatures in that he has the power to govern his own actions, to mold his own fate, and create his own life and circumstances. To other creatures, life and the visible world are fixed quantities. To man, life and the world are reflexes of inward mental states. Thus, can he make life what he will and live in a world of his own creating. Man alone has the power to recognize the inward power of the infinite and to consciously bring it into objectivity. The inward powers of the mind are potentially illimitable, but they lie dormant and unexpressed until they are recognized and aroused into action by the individual. This is why the majority of people are so worried and distressed, why they either fail to make life worth living or achieve only partial success, and that with great difficulty. They try to achieve without the power to achieve. Within man is that which is connected with the powerhouse of the universe. Infinite wisdom, knowledge, inspiration, creative power, and driving force. Yet he slumbers on, unconscious of their existence. But those who realize their own interior powers find a mine of inexhaustible treasure, force, and energy for all accomplishment. When you, dear reader, enter into the realization of the mighty power within you, you enter into possession of all good and perfect things. You cease to strive and squabble and snatch with selfish, anxious hand the bread from another's mouth. Instead, you set your ambitions high and, sustained and carried forward by invisible forces, enter into possession of all that you desire. Work? Yes, you will work, For this realization of the power within you is the inspiration of all right action. You will work hard, for no one is happy who does not work. But your work will be the greatest joy in your joyful life. Work well loved and well done, which leads to accomplishment and victory. You will work, but not with feverish haste or the fear of failure ever before you. Instead, you will work with confidence and power, sure that your efforts lead definitely to success. When you have realized the inward power, you will feel it pushing you in the back and impelling you forward. Whereas formerly you were chasing success and waiting on it cap in hand, in future you will realize that you are master, that you command, and success obeys. Instead of running after fame and fortune, which, like a will-o'-the-wisp, constantly eluded you, you have now the power to attract all desirable things to you. There will be no anxiety, no care for the morrow. Instead, the confidence of exact knowledge that the results will be exactly as arranged. Just as today is the result of past thinking, so the future will be the result of what is built today. Like John Burroughs, you can say, "I stay my haste, I make delays, for what avails this anxious pace? I stand amid eternal ways, and what is mine shall know my face." That is the basis of all success, the exact knowledge that what you are sowing now will be reaped 100-fold, and that what you claim now out of all the riches of the universal storehouse will be yours in the days to come. You will now begin to see why I ask you to use affirmations. In succeeding lessons will be explained what affirmations are, their object and the manner in which they work. In the meantime, make use of the same affirmation that you have been using in the past week, but with something added. It will now read, "The old life is dead and buried. I have severed myself from it once and for all. Henceforth, I live the new life of success and power, self-mastery, and all accomplishment. This I do, not in the strength of my feeble will and surface mind of my ordinary consciousness, but by the infinite power of my deeper inner mind, which is one with and forms a part of the infinite universal mind." Make the affirmations earnestly. Think of what you are saying and enter into all that the words mean. Do not, however, screw yourself up to a nervous tension. Instead, let yourself relax. First, your body, with its muscles and nerves, let them all go limp. Then your mind, let that unbend also. Now, affirm calmly and confidently, and then visualize a picture of yourself, radiant, calm, and possessed of a new power. See yourself master of all weaknesses and passions, guiding your life with unerring wisdom. Practice and keep on practicing the art of visualizing. Remember that you are dealing with finer matter than that which is discerned by the senses, but it is nonetheless real. In fact, it is far more real. If you create in your mental realm a picture of yourself radiant, successful, self-disciplined, master of your life and destiny, then you are creating a new you, which in process of time will become objectified in your outward life. Whatever is created in the unseen later becomes manifested in the seen. This is an immutable law. Be careful what you create. Whatever it is, good or bad, will find its way into your life and be read and known of all men. Whenever you meet with temptation or difficulty, or if you let yourself get flustered at business, just retire into yourself for a moment and make the affirmation mentally, and realize that you are a new creature. You will then become conscious of the inward power. Sit very quietly and relax nerves and muscles, and concentrate your thoughts upon a conception of an ideal world. Picture a world of indescribable beauty, without pain, sickness, or care, without hate, unkindness, or selfishness, without poverty, want, or any lack. Picture a world in which love and good will reign supreme, where beauty, joy, happiness, and profusion of all good things are unstinted, and for all, a world where there is no limitation, where you can know everything, possess all wisdom, and be everywhere at the same time. In this world, the colors of the flowers and of the sky are more beautiful and transparent than anything you have seen before. The singing of the birds more ravishing than anything yet heard. The inhabitants are all comely and gloriously healthy and strong, animated by goodwill and indescribably happy. This is the perfect world of mind. Now concentrate upon this image. You will most probably find worry thoughts intruding, thoughts of the rent, of a mistake one of your clerks has made in your business, of threatened competition, or of some slander made against you. Whenever a thought tries to enter your mind, dismiss it at once and concentrate upon your ideal world. This will not be easy, but continue to persevere. It is most important that you should master this, for by so doing, you are cultivating one of the most wonderful faculties of your mind. For instance, you are disturbed by the thought that something grossly unfair has been done to you. It makes your blood boil when you think of it. Immediately this thought comes, say at once, in this perfect world of mind, there is no unfairness, injustice, or unkindness. All is truth and honor and goodwill. And raise your thoughts above this imperfect material life. Keep your mental vision on your ideal world the whole time, denying all your troubles one by one and affirming their opposites. By your denials, you kill the worry thought, and by affirming its opposite, you build up a character and mental outlook that are superior to worry and incapable of failure. Not only do you kill the thought of evil, you also destroy the evil itself. This may sound fantastic to you, but it is absolutely true. Later on, you will be able to prove the truth of this beyond the shadow of a doubt. It was seen in last week's appendix that in a general way, the subliminal mind could be influenced for good by allowing only thoughts of good, courage, health, and success to pass the citadel of the mind. This is the foundation of all happiness and harmony in one's life. But if it is desired to arouse your latent powers and to train your subliminal to solve all your problems, other methods must be employed. Your great subliminal mind will not yield up its wonderful store of knowledge in response to a mere pious wish. What is necessary is that very strong, concentrated, forceful, directed thoughts should be sent down into this greater mind continuously and persistently. Whatever message you keep sending down, provided it is not changed or altered, will be obeyed in time. Some students will be longer than others, but everyone who follows these instructions will sooner or later develop the power of directed subliminal thinking. The first step is to impress very powerfully upon the subliminal mind that it is capable of solving all your problems. At present, unless you're a very rare exception, your subliminal mind is hypnotized into the belief that it cannot. So long as it believes this, it never will attempt the task. But once you can convince your subliminal mind that it has the power, the wisdom, and knowledge to do so, then you will at once pass from weakness to power. In order to convince your subliminal mind that it can solve all your problems, you must believe yourself that it can do so, have a strong desire to use your hidden powers, make strong affirmations that your subliminal mind can, drawing upon the all-knowledge, solve every perplexity and problem, and visualize yourself meeting with problems and having them solved immediately by referring them to your greater mind within. Within you are limitless powers, but they only become available when you consciously call upon them and make use of them. Therefore, carry this thought strongly in your mind. My subliminal mind can draw upon the universal intelligence and solve all my problems. When seeking to impress the subliminal mind, it is necessary to get alone and still the objective mind and the senses. When all thoughts of worry, business, and material life have been dismissed and perfect mental calm obtained, you will be in a state favorable to sending directions to the subliminal mind and receiving inspiration from it. We have seen in this lesson that within man dwells the universal mind, and that when he looks within, he finds infinite power. In the same way, man is also animated by the infinite life. So long as man ignores the infinite nature of his life, so long will he be weak, diseased, ill, and miserable. The animal health of our fathers is passing away, and man is becoming more sensitive, more mental, more spiritual, and therefore depends more and more upon mental and spiritual forces for his life and health, and must look more and more to the one source of all life for his health, energy, and vitality. Those who seek perfect health, and who does not these days, should deny every thought of and belief in sickness, illness, and disease, and constantly affirm and visualize a state of perfect health and well-being. Always before your mental vision, let this idea of health be dominant. Let it be a pillar of cloud by day and a pillar of fire by night, leading you ever out of the land of bondage and sickness into the promised land of perfect, radiant health. Chapter 3. Working in the Unseen. The unseen is greater than the seen. Therefore, to work in the unseen is to deal with the cause of which the outward life is the effect. By meditation, affirmation, visualizing, and by holding in our mind the highest ideals, we arouse the power that lies hidden within us. The power that is within us is the power of the universal mind or spirit. Therefore, it is infinite and illimitable. The only limit there can be is the limitation we place upon it by our lack of faith. Therefore, in all your difficulties and battles, remember that the power within you is infinite. You are one with the infinite, if you will only believe it, if you can only realize it. Rise up and go forward with confidence. Your highest ideals can be attained too, if you will believe and have faith and reach upward to higher and better things. I affirm for you the inward knowledge of these things. While the existence of the subliminal mind is a modern discovery to Western minds, it is ancient knowledge in the East. For centuries, this knowledge has been treasured by certain orders of mystics, and from the earliest times, we find evidence of signs and wonders being worked through the power of the subliminal mind. In the West, there has always been a tendency toward materialism. A materialist wants to see, touch, and handle before he will believe. Modern science has, however, knocked the ground from under his feet, because it is constantly proving that there is far more in the unseen than in this seen. Science, in spite of all its achievements, realizes that it has only been paddling on the edge of a mighty ocean of mystery. Science has now proved the existence of many things known to the ancients, one of these being the subliminal mind. Mesmerism and hypnotism have proved that man is composed of more than one mind. There is the surface mind of the senses, which reasons, learns from books, and functions on the physical plane. It is only a minute fraction of the total mind of man. Like the iceberg, which shows but 1/12 of itself above the surface of the sea, the objective mind is only an infinitesimal portion of the whole. The objective mind is the finite mind. The subliminal is joined up with the universal mind of the universe. Therefore, it can never be measured. Sufficient for us to know that its power is limitless, and that we can use this power in creating our lives anew and for the realization of all our desires. The subliminal mind is inspiratory, intuitive, and creative. It is a storehouse of knowledge and the powerhouse of energy. In this lesson, we will consider these three in the order named. Inspiration. It is through the subliminal mind that all inspiration has come to men. It was through this channel that Wordsworth, Shakespeare, Milton, Emerson, and all great teachers and leaders have drawn their inspiration. All the good that has ever come into this world has been through inspiration. That some are giants in their accomplishments and others pygmies is simply due to differing degrees of expression. The power is there. It is for us to express it. We cannot all be Shakespeares and Miltons, nor can all men be Gladstones or Lincolns, but there is a niche somewhere in the world where we can each find a useful field of congenial work, be guided by inspiration, and command success beyond our wildest dreams. You, dear reader, have not been sent into this world for a joke. You have been sent to accomplish something which no one can do but you. There is no one in all the world just like you, and all that you do is colored by your individuality. There are fields of conquest in front of you which no one but you can conquer. Therefore, listen to the voice of inspiration. Intuitive. Those who learn to recognize the voice of intuition are brought into touch with infinite wisdom. They do by intuition that which other people can only do by cumbersome effort, if indeed they can do it at all. One who has developed this power has no perplexities, because all his problems are solved for him by his subliminal mind. President Lincoln, when confronted by a perplexing problem, used to dismiss it to his inner mind and then go for a short walk, interesting himself in the birds and trees, and giving no thought to the perplexity which was demanding an answer. When he got back, the answer would be ready. His subliminal mind had solved the problem. Others may go to bed with a matter still unsolved, and awake in the morning with the solution already formed in the conscious mind, or it may come like a flash while they are dressing. In the subliminal mind is all wisdom and understanding. You, too, can use if you develop the faculty of inward hearing. Creative. The subliminal mind is creative. Being one with the universal mind, which is the creative power of the universe, it partakes of the same nature. The difference is not one of kind, but of degree. As in the macrocosm, so in the microcosm. Just as infinite mind is absolute through the whole universe, so is man king of his life, master of his fate, captain of his soul, creator of his life and circumstances. Man cannot create a planet, but he can consciously form an image in his creative mind, a picture of better circumstance, different environment, or definite achievement, and holding that image persistently, compel it to materialize. This is not a fairy tale. It is a hard, common-sense fact. There is nothing that has ever been accomplished by man that has not first been imaged in his mind. It is always the vision first, and afterwards the accomplishment. All the great ones of the earth, leaders of men and nations, artists, poets, inventors, financiers, have been what they were because of their vision, because they were men of imagination. People who pride themselves on being practical look askance at imagination, confusing constructive imagery with daydreaming. But the imagination of which I am speaking is the very antithesis of daydreaming. Daydreaming is the aimless frittering away of the mental powers. Creative imagination gathers together the mental forces, and by focusing the powers of the hidden mind, brings into being a definite image. This definite image is the vision which all men of accomplishment possess. This vision is the basis of all achievement. It is impossible to create a poor, puny, low kind of image in the mind, and then to win great success in life. As the image is, so your life will be. If you hold in your mind the vision of great success or noble endeavor, then in your life these things will become manifested. Thus, a person of poor powers of concentration cannot hold a definite image, but must be always changing and modifying it, with the result that he gets nothing but confusion and lack of achievement manifested in his life. What you are inwardly, what you think inwardly, what you visualize inwardly is what your future life will be. Your outward life is modeled on your inward life. It is an exact replica of the life within. Therefore, your subliminal mind is not only the source of inspiration and intuition, it is creative also. Your life is in your own hands. You can make it what you will and build it up with mathematical precision into any form you please. You can be weak or strong, miserable or happy, unsuccessful or successful, ill or healthy. It is all a matter of thought control and scientific thinking. It is now time that you begin to apply some of the things you have learned. Therefore, add to your affirmation at night the following: Mine is a life of overcoming and power. Henceforward, I will cease doing and will instead do. I do this by the infinite power within me, which can never fail. Where I have left blanks, I want you to fill in with whatever bad habit you most wish to eradicate, and to insert the virtue which you wish to put in its place. Suppose you have been in the habit of getting up late, swallowing your breakfast hurriedly and rushing to business, getting behind with your correspondence, and developing indigestion and peevishness in consequence. You will fill in the words to suit, supposing your proper time for rising to be 7 o'clock. Henceforward, I will cease getting up late and will instead get up punctually at 7. Or better still, you can command yourself to wake at 6:30 and spend half an hour in meditation and affirmation, so that you will be quite ready to rise at 7. Immediately following the affirmation, visualize yourself waking in the morning. See yourself open your eyes and look at the clock. See that the time is 6:30. See yourself engaged in meditation and affirmation, and at 7 o'clock, see yourself get up. The more clearly you can picture this scene, the easier will you find the task. You may not be successful the first morning or two, but if you persevere, you will find that by the use of affirmations, you have complete control over yourself. The more successful you become, the stronger does your willpower grow. Make this affirmation and create this mental picture, and what you have affirmed and visualized will come to pass exactly as desired. Before you is unfolding a life of perfect self-control and overcoming. When you have become master of yourself, first in small things, and then in the greater, you will have become master over your life, your circumstances, and your destiny. Not only is it necessary that you should overcome habits in this way, but also that you should reverse all your wrong ideas of life and the universe, replacing them by truth. One of the objects of this course is to dispel old erroneous beliefs, and thus to change your mental outlook. You should reverse every thought and suggestion of a harmful character directly it comes to you. A thought may come such as, "You will fail, you can never succeed." If you allow that thought to enter your mind, it will weaken you, paralyze your efforts, and bring failure into your life, just as surely as day follows night. Therefore, as soon as it comes, you must kill it by denial. Raise yourself in thought to your perfect mental world and say, "There is no failure. I am a perfect mental creature living in a perfect mental world. All the potentialities of the infinite mind are mine. I cannot fail." Say this over several times and then affirm, "I am success. Within me are infinite powers. I am success in all that I undertake." Every time you do this, you drive failure further away and establish success more firmly in your life. The oftener you do it, provided you get a clear concept of your perfect mental world and breathe its atmosphere, the more rapidly you will progress. Do not, however, strain and worry after results, but adopt and maintain a calm, serene, confident attitude above the worries and cares of life. Again, the thought may come, "There is that pain again. I am going to have one of my bad attacks." If you allow this thought to enter, you will have that attack, and nothing will keep it away. The attack is only effect. The cause is the thought within your mind, and no amount of medicine can help you because it cannot touch the cause and can only tinker with the effect. Such efforts are on a par with trying to keep the ocean back with a broom. Therefore, when the pain and thought seek admittance at the door of your mind, immediately deny their existence. You, the real you, are a perfect mental creature in a perfect mental world, where there is no such thing as pain, and if you realize this, you can never be ill. It is only when you let thoughts of pain and illness into the mind that they become possible in your body, because what happens in your body is an exact reflex of what you hold in your mind. In Lesson 2, I told you that by denying evil, you not only killed the thought of evil, but destroyed the evil itself. This you can do with pain. Rise into your perfect mental world and deny pain, and it will go away almost immediately. Then affirm perfect health. The denial cleanses the mind, and the affirmation heals and makes all future attacks weaker. By this method, you can reverse every harmful thought, belief, and emotion. When you deny any evil, you must clearly realize that you are denying apparent evil to exist in the material world. If you have a carbuncle as big as your fist at the back of your neck, it is foolish to deny that it exists, because it does exist as much as anything can exist in this transient world. There are, however, two yous. There is the material you, a transient, fleeting person, and there is the real you, a glorious mental and spiritual creature, imperishable and eternal. When you, the real you, raise yourself into your perfect world of mind, you leave the coarse material body behind, and it is the sublime you who, in a world of infinite good and perfection, denies that there is a carbuncle. It is only the material you left behind which has a carbuncle. By this raising, you transfer your consciousness from the material world to that transcendental world of infinite perfection, which our greatest philosophers and thinkers have always realized to exist around us and above us. This is why, as you rise, your pain disappears like the sound of a band dying away in the distance. If, having entered this perfect world of mind, you deny the evil that is troubling you, not in your material body, but in your radiant mental body, and then meditate upon the infinite perfection, boundless life, perfect good, and immeasurable power of the infinite mind which rules it, and bask in the sunshine and happiness of that transcendental world. Then you open your life and body to the action of the universal mind, and your circumstances and body become more like the perfect world of mind. Thus, the carbuncle will disperse, and your body become quite healthy. The clearer your concept of the perfect world, the more rapid and certain are the results. Every time you rise to your perfect mental world and deny evil, evil is destroyed in your life and body, and good is installed in its place. The more you live in your perfect world, the more perfect will your life and circumstances become. Remember, therefore, always to retire into yourself and to rise into your perfect world of mind before making a denial and an affirmation. The following meditation is to be pondered over between the hours of 6 and 9 in the morning and 9 and 11 at night, especially just before retiring. In the past, I have listened to the distracting voices of this imperfect, unsatisfying life of the senses. I have been pulled this way and that by desire, by impulse, by uncontrolled emotions and have been influenced by the advice of those who have had no inward knowledge. Henceforth, I turn a deaf ear to all these voices and listen only to the inward voice, which always speaks with perfect wisdom. No more shall I be perplexed and worried, not knowing which way to turn. Instead, I shall be guided perfectly by the inward voice of inspiration. I raise my mind above this life of the senses and dwell in the perfect world of mind. All thoughts and states that are not in harmony with the highest good, I reverse into their opposites. Thus do I cleanse my mind, my thought, my life, my circumstances, my world, and build up my life anew. When perplexed or faced with difficult problems, I retire into my inner self, and, by thought control, I keep out or reverse the unwanted thought, until my inner mind is stilled and calmed, and I can hear the inner voice of wisdom. This voice never errs, never leads astray, but always guides me toward the highest good. Therefore, I have no worry or care or perplexity, because I always know how to act, being guided perfectly by the inner voice of wisdom. Henceforth there is for me no care, anxiety, or worry, because I am guided into all good. Every good and perfect thing is mine now. Health, prosperity, happiness, peace of mind, all are mine here and now. Having this week impressed on your subliminal mind that it can think constructively, and drawing upon the all-knowledge, solve your every problem, it is now necessary to tell your subliminal mind that it does solve all your problems. This week's meditation indicates the way to retire into yourself. This is the secret. To most students, it is a difficult task to still the senses and inhibit unwanted thought. But it is comparatively easy if, instead of trying to inhibit all thought, you keep on concentrating upon one thought and dismissing every thought of care, worry, and business. It must be a thought which will draw you away from the life of the senses to the greater life of the mind and spirit. The Bible student might concentrate upon such words as these: "Thou wilt keep him in perfect peace, whose mind is stayed on thee." Another might say with Emerson, "I am the owner of the sphere, of the 7 stars and the solar year," according to what his religion or philosophy may be. Continue to dismiss all other thought until worry is killed and the mind and spirit are at rest. Then say, "My subliminal mind draws upon the all-wisdom and solves every problem and difficulty." The life that lies before the student of truth is one of great glory, of infinite expansion and unfoldment. It does not, however, always appear thus to him. To test his mettle, it often appears drab and hopeless. Everything seems to go wrong, and voices whisper, "Go back. Why trouble any longer? The pursuit is hopeless." If the student does go back, he proves that he is not worthy, and for him there can never be the steep ascent to God. But the one who will keep on in spite of all discouragements and opposition, and who proves his worth, passes on to a life of indescribable joy, of victory and achievement, of abundant health and peace of mind. I affirm for you the life of true freedom. Ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. Chapter 4. The Subconscious Mind. We now have to deal with that part of your mind which is the center of all action and the seat of all memory. Not only the memory of this life, but the race memory of all mankind. This division of the mind we will call the subconscious mind in order to distinguish it from the mind of creation, intuition, and inspiration, which we have already considered, and also from the objective or conscious mind, which will be described later. This subdivision is not orthodox according to the ordinary teachings of psychology. The usual practice is to term the whole of the submerged mind subconscious, but this is not correct. The subconscious mind acts only according to instruction and instinct. Thoughts and commands flow from the seat of the will through the conscious mind down into the subconscious mind and are immediately acted upon. The subconscious mind is a blind intelligence. It can remember, it can act, but it cannot think, plan, or reason. Yet we have a mind within us that can inspire, create, and bring forth the most wonderful thoughts. A mind which can solve our most complicated problems and guide us through the most difficult situations, if we will but trust it. This cannot be the subconscious mind, which is a blind intelligence acting only upon instruction, suggestion, and animal instinct. Therefore, there must be a mind other than the subconscious, and this I have termed, for the want of a better word, the subliminal. The subconscious mind is a kind of a sleepy giant or a slumbering volcano. It only requires a rousing to cause it to manifest extraordinary power. It is a vast and wonderful intelligence, so wonderful that our consciousness cannot form any conception of its wonders. This center of life and action is as far above our understanding as our own consciousness is beyond the comprehension of a beetle. Yet it is subject to our will and guidance. Within us is this wondrous power, the almost infinite intelligence. Yet its use and control are in our own hands. The subconscious mind is the personification of tireless energy. It works constantly. It never sleeps. For while we sleep, it is busily engaged in repairing and rebuilding the body. Whatever thought we allow to pass into the subconscious mind is translated into action. This is why a thought has been described as an action in the process of being born. The great lesson for you, dear reader, to learn is this, that if the subconscious mind translates each thought into action, then thought control is the one great transcendental fact of life. If you possess the power to control your thoughts, you have at once the power to control your actions. If you can control your actions, what a life of possibility opens before you. One of the principal causes of failure in life is due to inability to control the thoughts. Wrong thoughts reach the subconscious mind. These are translated into wrong actions, and these bring failure and disaster in their train. When the thoughts are uncontrolled, then the subconscious mind will act upon any thought or suggestion that may float in. Now, thoughts and suggestions are born not only within the consciousness, they are also received from without. Like a wireless apparatus which receives messages through vibrations in the ether, so does the human mind receive impressions from without. Thoughts are things, are entities, have form and substance, and are eternal. Thoughts impinge upon your consciousness, and unless you are able to reject them, They will enter the subconscious mind and bring forth action in your life and conduct. If therefore the thought be evil, then evil will result. If of weakness, then failure will follow. You cannot prevent the action once you have entertained the thought. In the same way, if you entertain a noble thought, a noble action will result. If thoughts of success and power are dwelt upon, then success and power to accomplish will be manifested in your life and circumstances. Suggestion meets you at every turn. Kind friends with the best of motives suggest ill health to you when they remark on your pallor. Their well-meant remarks of how ill you look send a suggestion of sickness to your subconscious mind, which later manifests itself in real sickness in the body. Articles in your daily paper on diet and other topics again suggest illness to you. Even the advertisements suggest that you have some disease, and that to save your life you must take certain tablets or pills. The newspapers themselves do their best to suggest evil to you. The columns are full of the seamy, sordid side of life. If any man commits a crime, it is reported in the papers. If he resists temptation and does a good deed, no notice is taken. The press closes its eyes to the good and presents the evil. For every bad deed reported in the papers, 1,000 good actions go unrecorded. The world is full of noble deeds and gracious thoughts, and they can be seen by those who look for them. Therefore, be very careful what newspapers you read and how you read them. Avoid the evil, seamy side of life. Look for the good, and you will find it. Devote your attention to the large things, those which will go down in history, and avoid that which is mean and petty. Even some hymn writers have dared to describe the world as a vale of tears and life as a long, drawn-out woe. Do not believe these wicked suggestions. Life is a gracious and lovely thing, full of beauty and love and peace and happiness. It is what we make it, and it is in our own hands. Therefore, do not read papers, books, or magazines that do not present life in a joyous and optimistic way. Read instead good books by great minds and good poetry if you can. Seek the beautiful, the noble, the true in your reading and in your fellow men, and you will find them and be richly blessed thereby. How then, you ask, can I escape all this harmful suggestion and cast out the evil that impinges upon my consciousness from 1,000 different sources? The answer is by denials. First of all, I want you to understand that your life consists only of that which is in your mind. Your world also is really nothing more than a reflection of your own mind and what is in it. It is because of this that two people in precisely the same circumstances will each find life and the world very different. One will see in life great joy and much cause for thankfulness, and the other may experience only unhappiness and disappointment. The difference is not in circumstances, but in the mind. The mind is the real thing. The world is transient and fleeting, and has, philosophically speaking, no real existence, but mind endures. The natural or mortal mind view of life is almost always the exact opposite of the real spiritual truth. Metaphysics tell us that the visible world is an inverted reflection of the real. By raising ourselves above the sensuous life and realizing our permanent world of mind and their denying evil, poverty, failure, sickness, or whatever our trouble may be, we kill the thought which is the cause of all our troubles. Then whatever we affirm will take its place. If we deny evil, we follow by affirming good. If we deny sickness, we affirm health and affluence. By denials, we take the evil, care, fear, and worry out of our lives and build up in their place, by affirmations, perfect good, success, happiness, health, love, peace, and courage. Everything being in the mind, everything taken out of the mind is taken out of the life, and everything put into the mind comes into the life. Thus, it is possible with mathematical accuracy to recreate the life, to cast out all the undesirable, and to build up in its place only the beautiful, the good, the true. All that we see in life, all that we experience, yea, even life itself, is but the outward expression of the life within. The life within is built up by our thinking. Affirmations are concentrated thoughts, and back of each is a strong emotion, which gives it tremendous driving force. Not only do affirmations impress the subconscious mind, thus producing action in accordance with the will, but they project outwards from the mind into space, attract forces and help from other sources, and arouse the subliminal mind to inspire, to create, to impart wisdom. By the use of affirmations, all the finer forces are aroused to action, and the life is transformed from weakness to strength. The will is strengthened until it becomes so strong, all else has to bend to it. It is possible to break bad habits of a lifelong standing and replace them with good ones. By the use of affirmations, we can build up character, mold our circumstances, shape our destiny, captain our soul. We can be what we will, do whatever we desire, attain to all our ideals. Therefore, it is of the utmost importance that you should be most diligent in practicing the affirmations always. Never let a single night or morning pass without spending several minutes in quiet concentration on the affirmation given you in this course. It is by sustained action that you can accomplish. You cannot dream yourself to success. You have to win it. Therefore, you must concentrate upon the affirmations and visualizing exercises, which are a form of affirmation and of equal importance. A word of warning. Do not keep changing your affirmations. Do not affirm one thing one day and another the next. It causes confusion in your mental world and makes confusion worse confounded in your life. Of course, as you overcome weaknesses, you will alter your affirmations accordingly. Otherwise, heap to the affirmations given in these lessons. By this, I do not mean that you are not to make denials, reversions, and affirmations adapted to all the varying circumstances and difficulties of life, because these are, for your own protection, necessary. Thus, if you see a sight that suggests evil to you, a drunken man, an act of hate, a quarrel, an act of immorality, or if you read that which is lowering and suggestive of lower things, then for your own protection, you must reverse it. For instance, if you see an angry, violent man, and you do not reverse this, the suggestion of evil will sink into your subconscious mind and cause cells to vibrate in sympathy, making you more susceptible to anger thoughts, besides lowering the tone of your mind. Therefore, you must raise yourself to your perfect mental world and deny anger by saying, "Man, being a perfect mental creature, can never be angry. There is no anger in this perfect world of mind. All is love and goodwill." By so doing, not only will you stop the suggestion of evil from harming you, you will also make yourself stronger than ever before, and you will reduce the anger in the mind of the angry man. The reason of this is that there is really only one mind. We are all inlets of the same sea, and if we cast evil out of our own mind, then we also make the world and the minds of others the better by so doing. Thus, by purifying himself, does man become a savior of the world. These reversals must be taking place all day, and thus will you grow in power daily. But apart from this, you will doubtless have some plan or ambition which you wish to accomplish. To attain this end, you deny failure. You affirm success. You visualize a picture of that which you wish to achieve. Having made up your mind, now stick to it. Do not change your affirmation. Do not alter your mental image. Keep it unchanged until it is accomplished. See to it that the image remains unimpaired, getting clearer and more sharply defined from day to day, and you will see it working out with mathematical precision in your life. This course has been prepared to guide you by a sure and safe path to the goal of your ambitions, if you follow the lessons exactly. Therefore, while taking this course, do not read any other metaphysical literature. Concentrate on this teaching. Persevere with the doing of it, and you will be able, like the writer, to prove and demonstrate its truth in your life and circumstances. I want you to start seriously to develop your visualizing powers. By this, you will improve your memory, but that is a minor matter. What is of importance is that what you create in the form of a mental vision, if persistently held in the mind, will assuredly manifest itself in your life. Thus, you have two methods by which you can alter your life and achieve success. First, by denials and affirmations, and second, by meditation, concentration, and visualizing. The two should work together. You make an affirmation preceded by a denial. Next, you conjure up a mental picture of what you have affirmed yourself to be. You wish to be successful. First of all, you must deny evil, because evil is the general cause of all your troubles and lack of success. You clear away the mist of evil which clouds your vision and numbs your faculties by the use of the denial. There is no evil. Use this denial until the mist clears away and you get a clear view of your perfect world of mind. Then affirm, there is only infinite good. Then deny poverty and failure, because they have no part in a perfect world, neither can they affect you, who are in essence a perfect mental creature. Having killed failure and poverty by denial, then affirm, I am success. I am a perfect mental creature, one with the source of all good, part of the universal mind. I am success. Like a magnet, I attract to me all that I need. 1,000 invisible forces hasten to do my bidding. I am carried along by an irresistible power. I am success. 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 Make this affirmation preceded by the denials night and morning, always making the affirmation in your perfect mental world and visualize yourself there radiant and successful. Buttress it up by repeating it during the day, each time raising yourself to your higher world. Do this, and you will revolutionize your life. In order to increase your powers of mental imagery, do the following exercise. Take a simple flower or picture and gaze at it very attentively for several minutes. Impress every detail upon your mind, then close your eyes and call up an exact mental image of the thing you have been looking at. If the image is crisp and sharply defined with no details missing, you will have done well. If not, keep on trying until you succeed. When you go into a strange room, examine carefully every detail, and afterwards, when at home or in the train, close your eyes and recall as much as you can of what you saw. Practice this visualizing as much as possible during the coming week, and make affirmations to suit your growing developments. This course seeks first to build a firm foundation of character, upon which you can later erect the superstructure of success. Seek first to eradicate all weaknesses of character, and in their place install their opposites. If you have been a procrastinator, become instead noted for your instant action. If you have been pessimistic, become cheerful and optimistic instead. All this is possible by the use of denials, affirmations, and mental imagery. When you have built up your character, the road of success will become comparatively easy, because success is principally a matter of character. The elementary general affirmation has now served its purpose and must now be strengthened. You have progressed sufficiently to join us in the greatest denial and affirmation of all, which is, there is no evil, only infinite good. It is very difficult for the beginner to realize that there is no evil. There are entities in your mind which prevent you from understanding this truth, but they will be cast out by the denial. So powerful is this denial that it makes some people quite ill at first, but this only proves how great is the cleansing work going on in the depths of the mind. Keep on making the denial night and day, looking up into your perfect world of mind, and after a time you will suddenly realize that for you there is no evil, only infinite perfection, and everything that is beautiful and true. Precede every other affirmation by this denial and affirmation, and by this means you will so cleanse and strengthen your mind that you will transform your life. For meditation this week, think upon these words of Buddha. All that we are is the result of what we have thought. It is founded on our thoughts. It is made up of our thoughts. Quicker results will be obtained if, in addition to visualizing yourself radiantly successful, you create a sharply defined picture of the exact success that you wish to achieve. If it is money that you want, then see the money falling in showers upon your desk. If it is service to others that you desire, then see yourself nursing the sick and ministering to the brokenhearted. Whatever you picture in this way persistently will, in time, be brought to pass. Nothing ever happens. It is always brought to pass. You cannot get what you want merely by a pious wish. You have to work for it by mental imagery. And in full, the way will open for you in a most marvelous manner. Continue to practice concentration on one thought or mental image, inhibiting all other thoughts until the senses are entirely stilled. Then say, like as before, my subliminal mind draws upon the all-wisdom and solves my every problem. Chapter 5. The Conscious Mind. The objective or conscious mind is the outer or surface mind of man. It is the finite mind of very close limitations. It receives impressions through the organs of sight, hearing, taste, touch, and smell. It learns from books, speech, experience, and experiment. We have seen that the subliminal mind is one with the infinite mind of the universe, differing only in degree and not in how. Yet this is useless if the objective mind does not make use of the potential powers lying dormant within. We have also seen that the so-called subconscious mind is pregnant with tremendous power, a wonderful intelligence far exceeding anything that the objective consciousness can grasp or understand. This is regulated and controlled by thoughts, impressions, and suggestions coming through the conscious mind. Therefore, this great intelligence is ruled and governed, or ought to be, by the objective mind. Yet, of what use is all this if the mind of the senses does not govern wisely, but lets the subconscious mind run amok, and acting upon instincts and false impressions, turn the whole life into an inferno of trouble and difficulty? Therefore you will see that the objective mind, although very limited, is, in a way, the most important of all. At any rate, as far as this life and consciousness are concerned, for through it the ego governs or can govern the whole of the submerged mind. The ego is the I part of man. It is his personal, individual inner self. The real you within is seeking expression through your minds, and then through your brain and body and outer life. It can only do this properly when the will is strong enough, either to carry out or force your minds to carry out the commands of the ego. Suppose the real inner you says to the will, I wish to succeed in this undertaking. We will imagine that this undertaking is a course of study which requires a great deal of application and perseverance, and a certain amount of sacrifice of pleasure for its accomplishment. After receiving its instruction, the will passes on the order to the subconscious mind. But unless your will is naturally very strong, it does this in a half-hearted manner. Although this course of study is of the utmost importance, the will is so weak it cannot impress it sufficiently upon the subconscious mind, with the result that there is very little driving force behind your efforts. For a time, the studies go along successfully, for the first lessons are easy, and there is the novelty of new work. But after a time, the tasks get more difficult, the calls of friends become more insistent, and the will, not being strong, can no longer deal with the situation. It allows suggestions such as, the task is too difficult, others are enjoying life, why should not you? To pass down into the subconscious mind, which, knowing no better, and acting entirely upon suggestion, responds accordingly, so that the lessons are flung aside, games are indulged in instead, and another failure is written large on the scroll of your life. Suppose, on the other hand, that your will has been reinforced by affirmations. The subconscious mind is deeply impressed. It realized that this self-imposed task has to be accomplished somehow, no matter what the cost in hard work, perseverance, discomfort, and self-sacrifice. Therefore, from the very first, there is great driving power behind your efforts. A concrete, well-defined image of the object of your endeavor, the successful ending of your studies, the enlarged income, the improved condition of living for those dependent upon you, is impressed upon the subconscious mind so deeply that it forms a pattern upon which the mind concentrates all its intense energies and powers. The energies of the mind working on definite lines laid down by the will create in the life a complete replica of the image which has been held in the mind. When studies become difficult, instead of faltering, the mind puts forth greater effort, generates more power, and overcomes the difficulty. When friends try to entice you to leave your task, their entreaties fall upon deaf ears. You reply, "I must complete this course of study. When I have succeeded and won the position I seek, then, and not until then, I will unbend a little." This is why very few men succeed and many fail. Most men have not the staying power. They have the desire, but they lack the force of character and the willpower to carry their plans to fruition. Some are full of splendid ideas, but they never carry them out. They see their opportunities, but lack the strength to take advantage of them. Such a man always has plenty of excuses for his non-success, any reason but the right one. He will never admit that it was his will that failed. Circumstances, he tells you, were against him. Something or other happened which accounted for his failure. He gave up his little business just at the moment when it needed but a little push to set it on the road to permanent success. The number of men who can succeed by willpower alone is comparatively small. For one who succeeds in this way, there are thousands who must fail. These thousands of failures might be turned into successes if they only realize the power within them and reinforce their wills by the use of affirmations and mental imagery. Men and women endowed with but the ordinary amount of willpower can then achieve success beyond their wildest dreams. But it must not be thought that because you are being taught valuable metaphysical knowledge, you can neglect your will. On the contrary, the training of the will is of the utmost importance. In order to succeed, you need imagination and vision, faith in yourself and the power within you. But more than all else, staying power is required, and this is largely dependent upon the strength of the will. Desire, energy, ambition, ability, intellect, imagination, large ideas, all are good, all vitally necessary, but they are all useless if staying power is lacking. Therefore, one of the primary objects of this course is the building up within you of that staying power, that strength of purpose, that stability of character, that inflexibility of will that are necessary for the achievement of the highest success. Do not misunderstand me. I do not teach that except in a very few cases, success can be won by willpower alone. It is not willpower that creates, inspires, and attracts success. It is the subliminal mind that is the fountain of perpetual power and the storehouse of wisdom. It is the subconscious mind that provides the driving power, but it is the will that provides the staying power. The ego decides what is to be done. The will compels the subconscious mind to carry out its wishes, and it is the power of the subconscious mind that executes. All other systems of instruction with which I am acquainted teach a kind of will training by brute force. It is a joyless quest, equivalent to trying to start an automobile engine with the petrol turned off. Scientific thought arouses the latent powers within, puts the student in touch with all the cosmic forces, and trains the will in order to direct them towards the accomplishment of his ambitions. The ordinary way of trying to develop the will by brute force is almost always unsuccessful, and even when it succeeds is slow and painful. In this course of lessons, the strength of the will grows almost imperceptibly. All the affirmations and exercises, if done systematically and thoroughly, will strengthen your willpower out of all knowledge, so that you will become a new creature. Affirmations rob the training of the will of half its terrors. If you affirm calmly and confidently that you will perform some difficult or unpleasant duty at a certain time, you will find, when the time comes, an impulse urging you to perform it. And when you screw up your courage and do the thing you dread, you find to your surprise that it is not half as difficult or unpleasant as you thought. This is the power of the subconscious mind. It not only urges you to act at the proper time, it also supplies you with the power to act. It must be pointed out here that when the subconscious mind gives you this impulse, it must be obeyed. If, we will say, you have affirmed both overnight and early in the morning that at 3 in the afternoon you will go into your chief's office and ask for a raise of salary, then when the time arrives, go and do it. Fear will say he is a very stern, unpleasant man and will only snap your head off, put it off for another day. Instead of listening to the voice of fear, deny it and affirm, I am courageous and fear no man. I am success. I attract success by the infinite power within me. And buoyed up by this, go and see the man at once. You will find him far easier to deal with than you expected. In any case, you have done yourself good. You have strengthened your will and lost your fear of a man you formerly rather dreaded. If, however, you listen to the voice of fear and put the dreaded interview off until the morrow, you do yourself a grievous harm. If you affirm that you are going to do a certain act and then do not do it, even when your faithful subconscious mind gives you the helpful impulse, then you are destroying your mental power's root and branch. You are deliberately slamming the door of progress and achievement in your own face. If you have an alarm clock and set it for a certain time in the morning and get up directly its bell rings, that clock will always awaken you. If you turn over when the bell rings and go to sleep again instead of rising, then never again will you be able to hear the clock ring. So it is with the subconscious mind. When it prompts, obey it, for if you do not, it will soon cease its promptings, and this wonderful power will be lost to you. So you see that by the use of affirmations, things impossible to you before become comparatively easy of accomplishment, the only condition being that you act with decision and do exactly what you have planned to do. Now, I want you from this time forward to do each day something that is unpleasant or difficult, but which you really ought to do. It may be that you really ought to go to your dentist. You are aware that your teeth are getting rapidly worse, and that the dentist could stop the mischief if he were given the opportunity, thus saving you much pain, loss, and expense. You know that your general health is suffering through this neglect, and yet you keep putting the matter off because it means trouble, the sacrifice of time, the expenditure of money, and it is unpleasant to say the least. Whatever the unpleasant duty may be that you decide to perform, you should prepare the way by denials and affirmations. For your visit to your dentist, you can deny and affirm as follows. There is nothing to fear at the dentist. There is nothing that he can do to me that I cannot take smiling. Tomorrow at 11 in the morning, I will write or telephone for an appointment. He will put my mouth in splendid order, and this will benefit my health. After saying the affirmation over several times, visualize yourself in your office. You see yourself look at the clock, it is 11 o'clock, and you take up the telephone and arrange an appointment. Then you picture yourself in perfect health and your mouth in splendid order. The next day, you will have no difficulty in carrying out what you have affirmed. If it is a difficult interview that you decide to undertake, make the affirmation for 3 or even 7 days before it takes place. Raise yourself up mentally into your perfect world of mind. Deny fear and affirm that the result will be satisfactory to you, not by hypnotic power, which is evil, nor by mind domination, but by the law of attraction. When the interview takes place, you will find it more satisfactory than ever you had dared hope. When you have learned in this way to act with courage and decision, you can leave off using affirmations for such small matters and transfer them to more difficult problems. As you progress in scientific thinking, you will find wonderful possibilities opening up before you. Your character is constantly growing in strength, and things that were impossible at one time become easy of accomplishment, but always before you lie fresh fields to conquer. There is no limit to the life of the mind. Before every affirmation, make the great mind-cleansing denial. There is no evil, and its complementary affirmation, only infinite good. Every time that you make use of these, you have taken something evil out of your life and in its place put something good. If you use them 100 times a day, it will not be too many. The visible world is described by some deep thinkers as heaven obscured by a mist of matter and evil, through which it is seen but faintly and falsely. Every time you make use of this great cleansing denial and affirmation, you disperse some of the mist so that you can see heaven a little more clearly. The denial of evil and the affirmation of good do indeed remove evil and replace it by good, so that life becomes happier, brighter, more prosperous, and harmonious. Even the flowers and trees and our fellow creatures become more beautiful and lovable than ever before. If you will persevere day after day and month after month, you will come to that stage when you will see things as they are, face to face, and be unable to find words with which to express the glories which you behold. And the same thing applies to circumstances. Poverty, lack, and want are, like disease, quite foreign to that which we know as good. By the denial of evil, we cast out these undesirable conditions from our lives. And by the affirmation of good, we attract true success and prosperity and freedom from every kind of lack and limitation. It is by constant and continual use that we make progress in the right direction. Therefore, the denial, "There is no evil," and the affirmation, "Only infinite good," should be as much a part of your life as breathing. Continue with the same general affirmation and visualizing exercises, and make your own denials and affirmations as you need them every hour of the day. Take a simple flower. Examine it carefully. Note its purity and sweet loveliness. All the poets who have ever lived have never been able to describe adequately its beauty and fresh purity. This flower is an expression of the universal life of mind as I am. Therefore, we are brothers and sisters. There is only one life, one mind, the universal, and I and this flower are but individual expressions of that life and mind. This flower is a messenger from the unseen. It tells me that there is no evil. The intelligence that produced this lovely emblem cannot be evil, cannot produce evil. Therefore, there is no evil per se, only that which exists in my own animal mind. Therefore, I hear the voice of the flower say in silvery accents, "There is no evil, only infinite good." And I am content. Continue to practice concentration upon one thought or image to the exclusion of all other thoughts and images until the mind is perfectly calm. When you have thoroughly mastered this, and not before, you may begin to make use of this wonderful intelligence which you have harnessed to your service. This is explained fully in a later lesson, but that you may start getting results at once, the following instruction is given. Just as you are falling asleep, calm and still the mind. And when you have succeeded, bring your problem before your mind and affirm that while you sleep, your subliminal mind will solve it and give you the answer in the morning. Then dismiss the matter and go to sleep. In the morning, refuse to worry about it or engage in nerve-wracking thought. Instead, it's still the mind as before, and the answer will come. If you have been an early student of the Bible, it may come in the form of a text. If you have been brought up on proverbs and worldly wisdom, it may come in the form of some wise old saying, or, to some, it may come in the form of a whisper. The more you practice this and make use of this faculty, the clearer and more certain will be the results. Chapter 6. Visualizing your desire. Read this lesson over as often as you can find time to do so. It cannot be absorbed all at once. Hold in your mind a sharp, definite picture of the success you have planned. If it is money that you desire, then see money in abundance pouring in streams onto your desk. If it is health that you need, hold a picture of perfect health ever before your mental eyes. Whatever it is that you desire, no matter whether it be invention, genius, love, friends, house, or lands, picture it very definitely and distinctly, and hold this image before your mind. Keep constantly calling it up, and every time that you do so, let the sight thrill you with pleasure. As you call up the picture, affirm, "I am success," and believe that it is already yours. Keep on affirming success and visualizing success, and it will surely come, and in much larger volume than ever you imagined possible. I wish you the highest possible success. The objective or conscious mind is the mind of the senses. It learns from books, persons, experience, and experiments. It reasons on things learnt and on thoughts received from a variety of sources, and having passed judgment, rejects some things as error and accepts others as truth. Things considered to be truth are passed down into the subconscious mind to add to its existing store of memory and experiences. Whatever is passed to the subconscious mind becomes translated into action. Thus, if immoral or impure thoughts are entertained, then immediately physical changes take place in the body. And if one repeatedly imbibes this class of thought, a time arrives when one is compelled by the subconscious mind to indulge in immoral practices. This is why many people who have been all their lives apparently quite moral suddenly break out into flagrant immorality. It is simply the result of evil thinking. Evil thoughts produce evil actions. Evil thoughts also attract other thoughts just as evil as themselves, and a person who indulges in evil thinking attracts other people of similar character. There is a law running through the universe, which is that like attracts like, and the operation of this law is unalterable. Think evil thoughts, and you will assuredly attract others just as evil, which will help to drag you down. In the same way, if you entertain thoughts of failure, if you doubt your ability to succeed, if you feel that circumstances will arise which will swamp your business, then you will attract streams of failure, thoughts which will help to keep success away. Not only so, but you will attract other people of a similar nature whose pessimism will help to complete your final discomfiture. Thus it is that failures always drift together, just as men of a successful type always draw to themselves others of the same type of mind. Birds of a feather flock together has behind it an unalterable law. It is the same law that makes it impossible to fear sickness, disease, or ill health without drawing to yourself streams of thoughts of a similar nature, which cause certain cells to vibrate in the subconscious mind and thus produce disease. And not only do you produce this disease, but you also attract diseased people to you, who help by their diseased mental outlook to make your illness become more firmly seated. The reverse is, of course, equally true. If you allow thoughts of success only to be held in the mind and chase away all thoughts of failure, you will attract to yourself a full measure of successful thoughts, which will strengthen your determination and inspire you to greater effort. By the same law, you will attract to yourself men and women of a successful type of mind who will bring with them opportunities for your more abundant success. Therefore, you will readily see how important it is that only the right type of thoughts should be allowed to enter the subconscious mind. The will and the conscious mind stand as sentinels at the door of the subconscious mind. To them is given the important task of deciding what shall or what shall not enter. Harmful thoughts seek to enter our minds at every turn. Books, magazines, race thought, the mental outlook of friends and acquaintances are all against our mental development. The attitude of mind of the average person is not inspiring. It does not suggest success. It expresses at best only a passive acceptance of life. It is not often that you meet a man who is conscious that he is master of his fate, the captain of his soul. How then can you escape all this deadening, destroying mental atmosphere? First, you must, in habit of thought, separate yourself from the crowd. You must shut out their pessimistic belief in circumstances, their weak, low, lewd type of thoughts altogether, and live in an entirely different world, the inner world of your own creative thought. If you meet a noble or inspiring thought, let it in. I do not mean that you are to look down upon your fellows, for nothing is more destructive or contemptible. You must mix with your fellows, and while holding yourself proof against low and weak types of thought, seek to raise their minds by your own hopeful suggestions. When a friend talks as though failure were a possibility in his life, suggest instead that success is hastening his way. Seek to cheer people up, and resolutely refuse to accept the suggestions of their minds. The greatest antidote to this deadening atmosphere of doubt and helplessness, of fear and failure, due to the world's wrong habit of thought, is the use of that mind-cleansing denial. There is no evil. It goes right to the root of all trouble and failure, all that is undesirable in our lives, and destroys it. The word evil embraces everything in life that is not of the highest good: failure, poverty, fear, sickness, disease, pain, ill health, unhappiness, all that limits, confines, as cramps and fetters one's life. By this denial, all this evil atmosphere is neutralized, and the mind is cleansed, ready for the affirmation, only infinite good. And these two words, infinite good, cover everything that we can possibly desire. Peace, power, plenty, health, happiness and joy, success, achievement, love, service to all mankind. What more can one desire? Thus, while you are still mixing with the ordinary everyday type of men, and they have much that is lovable and noble in their characters, yet you will be as the poles apart. The fact that you are taking this course proves that you are not as others, that you are of a different type to the ordinary crowd, that you are marked out for distinction and progress. Second, everything that you read must be examined and criticized. You must remember that books, papers, magazines, letters, unless you consciously prevent them, will convey suggestions to your subconscious mind and in course of time become translated into action. Therefore, if you read books of passion, your life will be unbalanced and perhaps wrecked by gusts of violent desire, which call loudly to be satisfied. On the other hand, if you will read books written by lofty minds, you will receive thoughts which inspire and strengthen you. You should therefore choose your reading wisely. Refuse resolutely to accept any idea that is not in agreement with your new conception of life. All ideas of man being the puppet of powers outside himself, of being the sport of fate and the victim of circumstances, must be rigorously rejected. All that tends to strengthen your new conception of life, that all things are delivered into your hands, and that you have the power to conquer both yourself and all difficulty, should be accepted. You can never be successful if you allow thoughts of weakness or failure or fear to enter your subconscious mind. The one great characteristic that distinguishes successful men from the unsuccessful is their absolute faith in their own ability to succeed, and with it, an entire absence of fear or weakness. Thoughts of failure never enter the mind of the truly successful man. Some men are successful and are not conscious of the laws which govern success. They unconsciously work according to law by instinct rather than knowledge. It is because they are naturally men of large faith and unfailing courage that they have become successful. Therefore, you, too, in order to succeed, must have a large faith and unfailing courage. Faith in the power within you and a courage that is born of knowledge. Thus, you will be even better equipped than the naturally successful man, for possessing knowledge will enable you to avoid many errors into which he, through ignorance of the law, might fall. Third, by denial and affirmation, you create a new mental outlook. By denial, we obtain immediate relief from our troubles. For instance, if, when you are in pain, you will deny that there is pain in your perfect mental world and raise yourself above the ordinary life of the senses, and realize that you, your higher mental self, are a perfect mind, incapable of being attacked by pain, then the pain will quickly go. Denial kills the evil thought, which is the cause of all the trouble, and cleanses and purifies the mind, making it ready for the affirmation. Always precede an affirmation by the necessary denial. If you are going to affirm health, then first deny ill health, sickness, and disease. If you wish for prosperity and plenty, then first deny poverty and want, so as to get the mind ready for the affirmation, I am success, prosperity, and plenty are already mine. But, you exclaim, how can I truthfully affirm that I am that which I know myself not to be? The answer is, there are two yous. There is the finite outside surface material you, and there is the great and glorious inner spiritual and mental being, which is the real you. The former is a weak and coarse reflection of the latter. When you affirm in your perfect mental world that you are perfect, you mean the real and sublime you, and you are telling the truth. By denial of evil and imperfection, and by the affirming of infinite perfection, you destroy evil in your material life and bring it more into harmony with the perfect life. Therefore, what you affirm in your perfect mental world is later, and sometimes instantaneously, manifested in your material world. An affirmation has been described by one writer as a statement of truth consciously used so as to become the directing power of life's expression. Scientists will tell you that the submerged mind of man acts only upon suggestion. So powerful is the hidden mind, and so subject is it to suggestion that we have in affirmations a weapon of extraordinary power for good, and in negative suggestion a terrible power for evil. When we use an affirmation, if it is repeated often enough, it will sink down into the recesses of our mind and become part of our very life, and galvanize the hidden forces of our mind into the path of achievement. If in the past you have been a failure, then by constantly affirming I am success, You will gradually eradicate the weak, fearing, give up too soon attitude of your material mind and build up in its place the mental outlook of courage, cheerfulness, optimism, and belief in your ability to succeed. Failure or lack of success in life is not, as I have already pointed out, due to outward circumstances, but is simply a weakness of character. It is by the affirmations, then, that man can control himself, build up his character, and shape his own destiny. It was for this reason that I gave you in your first lesson the affirmation, which is a denial and affirmation combined. The old life is dead. I have entered the new life of success and power. In that affirmation, if consciously applied and persevered with, you kill the old life of failure and partial success and step out definitely into a new life of power and accomplishment. As a consequence, you will look upon life in a different way, act in a different manner, and attract a different kind of people. Soon, you begin to see evidences of the truth of these teachings manifested in your life and circumstances. As you begin to see evidences of the working of your newly found power, you feel lifted up in a strange and wonderful way, as if you were being carried forward by invisible powers to success, some impelling force urging you forward to the goal of your endeavor. Therefore, persist and persevere with your affirmations. Continue to look for difficult tasks and unpleasant but very necessary duties, and aided by the power of affirmations, do them. Make affirmations to suit your own peculiar needs. If you are too energetic and inclined to run yourself to pieces and rush and tear about and get your own nerves and everybody else's on edge, affirm as follows: I am perfectly calm, cool, and collected. I refuse to get excited or flustered. I work quietly and methodically. Then picture yourself at work in a calm, collected way, without hurry or excitement. You will find your work go much better in consequence, and certainly not less quickly. If, on the other hand, you're inclined to be lazy or lethargic, affirm as follows: I am the personification of industry and energy. I am busy from morning until night. Then picture yourself hard at work, doing good work and plenty of it. This will help you vastly to stick to your task and to keep sticking to it day after day. Thus, you have within your grasp the power by which you can overcome every weakness of character, a key which will unlock every door, an art which is open sesame to the unlimited treasure house of the universal mind. By the use of this wonderful power, you can turn failure into success, sorrow into joy, sickness into health, mediocrity into genius. To you all things are possible: strength of purpose, the joy of achievement, all the glories of a life of self-mastery. Unto you it is given to taste of the delights of heaven while yet upon earth, for heaven and hell are within you. They are but mental states. Unto him who attains to the dazzling height of self-mastery, unto him who can stand erect and unafraid and untroubled by the things that vex and rend the hearts of men, unto him who is master of his passions, his emotions, his circumstances, and his life, unto such a one has come that for which the world has longed and strived in vain, about which philosophers, poets, and seers have, for centuries, spoken and written, and yet never have been able to grasp or to hold. He who overcomes himself overcomes the world. All its treasures are poured at his feet. All the divine forces hasten to minister to his eternal joy. Dear reader, all this is for you. Persevere with the affirmations and practice the visualization exercises as taught in this course, and you can never fail to succeed beyond your wildest dreams. For visualizing exercises, picture the window frame of your bedroom. Trace the wood of which it is made, step by step, process by process, right back to its original form, the tree in the forest. See clearly and distinctly every stage, leave out no detail. In future, I am going to close my eyes to the imperfections of other people and endeavor only to see their good points. Everyone has lovable traits in his or her character. Even the hardest case has a soft spot somewhere. In everyone, I shall see something to admire and reverence, something to love. And I shall not stop with people. I will also look for the good in every circumstance, in every difficulty, in every failure. I will look for the good in every blade of grass and every opening flower, in the wind that blows and the sun that burns my cheek, rain or sunshine, fair weather or foul. I will see good in everything, see perfection underlying all. Out of these will grow a new sympathy, a wider and more embracing love, a larger consciousness. For everyone and everything are my brothers, each forming a part of the one whole, one with the universal life and mind, of which we each form an individual part. Continue to get your subliminal mind to solve your problems. Do not be disheartened by failures. Simply try again until you succeed. One word of warning: after receiving your answer in the early morning, you may think that the answer which came to you as a flash of inspiration must be a mistake. So opposed does it appear to ordinary worldly wisdom. Be not deceived. What you have received by inspiration is the sublimest wisdom, and the so-called wisdom which now seeks to reverse the decision will, if followed, lead you to confusion and disaster. Infinite wisdom always appears to be foolishness to finite man. Continue to hold a vision of glorious health and eternal youthfulness ever before your mental eyes. Also deny sickness and affirm health without ceasing, not in a strained way, but with confidence and conviction. Chapter 7. The Power of Thought. To the ordinary man in the street, a thought is an airy nothing, a mere flash in the consciousness. It comes, it goes, and there is an end to it. To the student of mind, however, thought is known to be the power that is greater than any other power, a force that controls all other forces. An American writer, speaking of universal mind, says, "It thinks, and suns spring into shape. It wills, and worlds disintegrate. It loves, and souls are born." It will thus be seen that thought is the origin of the visible universe. All that we see around us is the result of thought. We may even go further and say that all the invisible forces which keep the wonderful machinery of the universe working perfectly and smoothly are but the thought energies of the same universal mind. As in the macrocosm, so is it in the microcosm. The subliminal mind of man is the same in essence as the universal mind of the universe. The difference is not one of kind, but of degree. In our world, our circumstances, our life, our bodies, we stand supreme, or rather, we have within us the power which, properly directed, can make us supreme. This power is thought. Thought is so subtle, so elusive, that it has, by the majority of men, been considered impossible of control. But the greatest philosophers, seers, and leaders in the world's history have known differently. All that they achieved, they accomplished through the power of thought. And this was possible because they had learned the art of thought control. What man has done, man can do. This was never so true as it is today, because the science of mind is now being spread abroad, and that it is possible for quite ordinary people to learn how to control their thoughts is now known to be a scientific possibility. Dr. Abrams, in his epoch-making book, describes how he has discovered the energy of thought and measured it by means of an instrument called the biodynamometer. With one subject in a room with closed doors and another subject in another room 40 or more feet away, it was found that one subject could affect the other by a definite exercise of thought. Anger and emotion yielded an energy which produced an effect at a distance of 80 feet. Dr. Abrams also found that there are 3 great energy centers in the human body, the right and left side of the brain, called by him the right and left psychomotor areas, and the fingertips. When the brain is actively engaged in thought, there is an increase in the discharge of energy from the psychomotor areas. It was also found that ordinary people discharged energy from one psychomotor area only, but a great thinker discharged energy from both. Edward Markham, the poet, discharged energy from his left psychomotor area alone equal to a resistance of 60 ohms. And as the energy discharged from a giant magnet with a lifting capacity of 400 pounds to the square inch is only 32 ohms, we can form some idea of the immense power of thought which man possesses. The flow of energy from the fingertips is also suggestive. In all ages, the laying on of hands has been recognized as a healing act. Now, it is proved by scientific means to have been simply the power or energy of thought. A man is a small, individualized part of the universal mind, alike in essence, but infinitely less in degree. When awake to his own interior powers, he expresses himself by the power of his thought, through his body, his work, his circumstances, and his life. Thus far can he go and no farther. Man has the power to do what he likes with his own life, but he has no right to dominate other people or to interfere with their lives. I mention this because there is a pernicious practice being taught today. It is known as mind domination. People are being taught that by using what is called the hypnotic gaze, by telepathy and heterosuggestion, they can dominate other people. It is quite true. It can be done, and it is being done. This is precisely the same method as that practiced by certain criminals in America. By this method, people are being deprived of money and property. They sign documents they do not wish to sign simply because they are compelled to do so by mind domination. No one is to be safe from these misguided people. When you receive a visit from a traveling salesman, he may be working some of his mind-dominating black art upon you in order to coerce you into acting against your better judgment, simply that he may reap a temporary benefit. I mention this to put you on your guard, first, so that you can avoid being hypnotized by these people, and second, that you should never under any circumstances use your mind forces in order to dominate other people. Whoever prostitutes his mental powers in this way is hurrying to disaster. The powers of the mind are like electricity. Used according to certain laws, it produces beneficial results. But used in opposition to these laws, it burns, maims, and destroys. Hypnotism and mind domination are really a revival of the black magic of bygone days. Sorcery, witchcraft, necromancy, they are all the practice of the same power, and all who use them bring destruction upon their own heads. Such work is accomplished by the lower mind of man, the higher self, the perfect mental or spiritual creature. The real ego has nothing to do with it. This is why hypnotic healing is always harmful. If a person is healed by hypnotic suggestion, in about 3 months' time, either the same disease will reappear or a new and worse disease will manifest itself. But healing done by the higher, perfect mind, that is one with and forms part of the universal infinite mind, is permanent and can have no relapse. By this, we see that the higher mind is infinitely more powerful than the lower. Therefore, hypnotism and mind domination can be overcome and guarded against by the use of the higher mental powers. To work against hypnotism, it is necessary not only to live as much as possible in the atmosphere of your perfect world of mind, but also to deny the power of hypnotism and to affirm the perfect power of the perfect universal mind, of which you, your higher self, form a part. If you work in this way, you will make yourself proof against all hypnotism, sorcery, witchcraft, and malpractice of every kind. The law which keeps the universe running so smoothly is the law of attraction. It is this law that brought it together. It is this law that keeps it from falling apart. Those who practice mind domination are acting in direct opposition to this immutable law. They are trying to do by force that which should be accomplished by attraction, and therefore they are encompassing their own mental, moral, and physical disintegration. All the universe, in all its planes, is ruled by this law. In the spiritual world, it is called the law of love. In the mental world, the law of attraction. In the material world, the law of affinity. They all mean the same. Just as the electrons are called together in the invisible ether to form an atom, so in turn are atoms brought together, and by vibrating at different rates of speed create what we call form. Thus is matter built up into all the beautiful forms we see, simply by the law of attraction. It is this law that holds all matter together. If it failed, rocks would fly asunder, and all things would disintegrate, because the power that attracted one atom to another would have ceased to operate. It is the same in the mental world. Everything works according to this same law. It is because like creates like, and like attracts like, that it is possible to revolutionize our lives by the power of thought. Thoughts, said Prentice Mulford, are things. Thought, says Ralph Waldo Trini, is not, as is many times supposed, a mere indefinite abstraction or something of a like nature. It is, on the contrary, a vital, living force, the most vital, subtle, and irresistible force in the universe. In our very laboratory experiments, we are demonstrating the great fact that thoughts are forces, and we are beginning to find that there is what we may term a science of thought. Through the instrumentality of our thought forces, we have creative power in reality. Thoughts are just as much things as town halls or mountains are things. It is a great mistake to imagine that because you can see a thing with your physical eyes or hit it with a hammer, it is for that reason more real than something you can neither see nor feel. On the contrary, the unseen is vastly more powerful, lasting, and forceful than anything you can see with your physical eyes. What you see with your eyes is only the effect of greater causes which are invisible. Everything exists in the unseen before it is manifested in the seen. The unseen things are cause, the seen things are effect, the unseen things are eternal, the seen things are the transient. Thoughts, then, like every other force in the universe, are subject to law, and this law is the law of attraction. Whatever thoughts you think will attract to you thoughts of a similar nature. According as you create good or bad thoughts, so do you determine whether your life shall be blessed or cursed. Thus, if you think success thoughts and affirm them and cling to them in the face of apparent defeat and failure, you will attract to yourself such a wave of powerful, upbuilding, and inspiring thoughts that you will be lifted right over your difficulty and carried, as by invisible forces, along the path of accomplishment. On the other hand, it is equally true that if you think a weak, low, or vile thought, or a thought of failure, there will be attracted to you a host of thoughts of like character, which by their nature will curse you and drag you down. Unto him that hath shall be given, and from him that hath not shall be taken away that which he hath, is simply the working of the law of attraction. If thought is the greatest power of all powers, the most vital, subtle, and irresistible force in the universe, and if your thoughts have the power to attract other thoughts of a like character, then the choice of your thoughts is the most important act of your life. By choosing your thoughts, you choose either success or failure, happiness or misery, health or disease, hope or despair. Therefore, do not believe anyone who wants to teach you how to overcome other people and to dominate them either by willpower or by hypnotism. By the right use of your thought forces, you can make yourself a magnet and attract to yourself all that you deserve. As we improve the quality of our thoughts, so do we become deserving of better results, and better things flow to us by the operation of universal law. By the use of carefully graded denials and affirmations, we break the power of evil thought habit, and in its place create a new mental attitude, hopeful, strong, cheerful, successful, and confident, an attitude of mind that knows not failure and can never be discouraged, that stands firm and unafraid amid the changing scenes of life. It is by the use of denials and affirmations and by persevering in their use, that the life can be changed, circumstances altered, and ambitions realized. By denials and affirmations, we impress upon our subconscious mind thoughts which, becoming translated into actions, lead to success and all accomplishment. By denials and affirmations, we concentrate our consciousness upon thoughts of power, success, and courage, and these, in turn, attract to us multitudes of other thoughts of a similar nature. Do you realize, dear reader, the extent of the wonderful power that you hold in your hands? Make denials and affirmations to suit your particular needs. Whatever you desire to do, or whatever disagreeable or difficult duty lies before you, deny failure and affirm beforehand that you can and will do it, that already in your mental world it is accomplished. Then visualize yourself doing the thing calmly and without effort. When the time for action arrives, you will succeed. Concentrate your whole attention upon the meditations. If you find your thoughts wandering through lack of concentrative power, make use of the following denial and affirmation. First of all, cleanse the mind by the denial of evil, and calm and strengthen it by the affirmation of good. You have by so doing raised yourself into your perfect mental world. Now say, mind wandering cannot affect me. I am a perfect mind, part of the great universal mind that is everywhere and works in and through everything. Therefore, my mental powers are perfect. Now I know that I am a perfect mind gifted with godlike powers. Then affirm as follows. Now I know that I can concentrate on any subject I please. My potential powers are infinite. I have only to develop them. I have only to try, and I must succeed. Working in this way, you will develop tremendous powers of concentration. I send out my thoughts to all mankind and say, "Dear everybody, I love you." Like the beams of a searchlight, my mental vision sweeps over all the continents and islands of the world and visualizes all peoples, sending out to them a great beam of love and blessedness. Then it takes in all sky and sun and earth and sea and the sweet breath of heaven. It sweeps back to the one source of all life, again affirming, "I love you, I love you." Then into my heart flows a great wave of divinest peace, a great inrush of the accumulated love force of the invisible universe, and I become submerged in a sea of infinite blessedness. Thus, in blessing others do I help to make the world a little better, and in return, I am doubly blessed. For this week's visualizing exercise, take 6 small articles and examine them very carefully one at a time. For instance, if one article is a lead pencil, look at it and see in what respects it differs from other lead pencils. You notice its color, its shape, its point, the maker's name and trademark, the name of the pencil itself, and the scratches on the surface of the polish. All these and many other points should be minutely noticed. Examine each article in turn and just as minutely. When you have examined them all, shut your eyes and visualize each article and see every point and peculiarity in your mind's eye, just as you did with your physical sight. Change the articles for new ones from day to day. If you lack knowledge of a certain subject and desire to gain this knowledge, then tell your subliminal mind what it is that you require. It will then either supply direct the knowledge that you need, or bring to your notice the very book or course of lessons that you require. Also, in solving your problems, your subliminal mind may bring a sentence to your notice, which, directly you read it, tells you that it is the answer to your riddle. The more you can quieten the senses and the objective mind and rely upon your subliminal mind, the greater will be your wisdom and understanding. In the letter I have sent you this week, I speak of visualizing and affirming the success that you desire to demonstrate. In the same way, hold the picture of perfect health ever before your mind. Let it be a constant inspiration and a source of radiant joy. At Chapter 8, The Law of Attraction. There has been a lot of nonsense written and spoken about the law of attraction. People have been solemnly taught that all they need to do is to adopt a certain mental attitude, think thoughts of success and abundance, and then to sit and wait for abundance of all good things to drop from the skies at their feet. The folly of it is seen when we find that these teachers of abundance and opulence have themselves to work for a living by teaching the very thing which, if true, would save them from all necessity of working. Supposing it were true, then what is possible for one would be possible for all. And if all adopted this method of getting a living, then who would till the soil or make our clothes? Would everything we need come from the skies? Life is action, and if a man ceases to work, he at once begins to disintegrate and soon requires 6 feet of earth wherein to cover his bones. When businessmen retire, they quickly die, and those who, being born with riches, have no necessity to work for a living, have to find work and interest of some sort in order to prevent themselves from mental and physical decay. There is no such thing as getting something for nothing. The principle of the square deal runs right through life and the universe. A businessman who tries to get something for nothing, who, in other words, fails to give value for money, finally finds himself without a customer. The square deal, reasonable profits, fair wages, honest, straightforward business integrity, all these will succeed and continue to succeed. But the ring or combine or trust, squeezing its swollen, dishonest profits out of the life and blood of the common people, can only do business so long as the community allows them to. Even if, however, a man can filch a fortune by unfair means, by extortion or profiteering, he will lose in one direction exactly in proportion to that which he gains in another. He may make his fortune by sharp practice and think himself a fine, clever fellow. Nevertheless, nemesis awaits him. He will lose in love, peace of mind, happiness, and health, in exact proportion to his dishonest gain. The writer has known men to be happy until they became wealthy. Then they became of all men the most miserable. There is a law of compensation running through life and the universe, and you cannot avoid it. If you are to succeed, you must work and accomplish. If you are to receive the riches of the world, you must give of your best in exchange. Then give to the world the best you have, and the best will come back to you. This is where the law of attraction operates, not by your sitting still and expecting the impossible to happen, but by the giving in faith and confidence of your best efforts to the world. By calling upon your hidden powers and by creating powerful thoughts, you attract to yourself armies of thoughts of a similar kind, which, passing into your subconscious mind, are translated into actions of the highest type, the type that wins success. Thus, if you give your best to the world, then in the form of a rich and abundant success, the best will come back to you. These people, who expect to be successful without working for it, take, many of them, great comfort from John Burroughs' famous poem, the first verse of which is as follows: "Serene, I fold my hands and wait, nor care for wind or tide or sea. I rave no more 'gainst time or fate, for lo, my own shall come to me." Never was a sublime truth more perfectly expressed, but its meaning is the exact opposite to that which the no-work people attach to it. It does not mean that we can literally sit and think, without effort, good things into our lap. Instead, it describes the mental attitude of the man of faith, the man who believes he can succeed. These words represent the mental attitude of a well-poised, confident man. It is those whose minds are at rest who work the best. Therefore, those who think that they can become successful without translating their thoughts into actions are deluding themselves. Note the last line of the verse, "For lo, my own shall come to me." What is meant by my own? Obviously, your own can only be that to which you are entitled. Therefore, your own can only be that which you have earned, are earning, or are going to earn by service to others. Your own will be the best that comes back to you through the operation of the law of compensation. Should an artist conceive a picture and be content that it remain in his mind, can he rightly expect payment for his creation? No, because he has not rendered any service to his fellows. He has not given value for money. Let him therefore put his picture on canvas and thus bring joy and refreshment to many. And for his service payment will be made, and the greater his conception, the greater will be the reward. Again, an engineer conceives a bridge. Shall he be deserving of payment if he keeps it in his mind? No, let him transfer his mental image to paper and translate his drawings into actual steel and stone construction, and he will become a blessing to thousands. Life demands of us a square deal, a fair exchange. If we are to receive, we must give. Do not believe for one moment that chicanery or sharp practice or underhand dealing is going to lead to success, because it will not and cannot. I have known plenty of men splendidly equipped, brainy, resourceful, capable, and not lacking in courage, yet they have not succeeded, simply because they were not straight. They could never keep their clients or customers because they failed to give honest service in exchange for honest money. This world is crying aloud for honest, straightforward, and sincere lawyers, doctors, businessmen, politicians, preachers, and teachers. It calls for men of integrity, men who live their lives according to a principle instead of being mere opportunists. The world wants men who will give of their very best, and often such is willing to pour out its treasures in rich profusion. No great success is or ever can be possible without the quality of sincerity. Look at the lives of all the truly great and successful ones that have ever lived, and we can only find sincerity of purpose, a giving of their very best service to the world. The extent of their sincerity was the measure of their greatness. You may not seek greatness. You may not desire to become an immortal. Your ideas of success may be but an increase of salary, a moderate fortune, or a well-paid position in your calling or profession. But whatever your ambition may be, low or high, mean or great, you can only realize it if you are sincere. To win success of any kind, you must be sincere. You must give of your very best. You must somehow find expression for that which is within you. As you come into conscious realization of the powers within you, you will have more to express. Therefore, your best will be constantly getting better. As you develop within, as you build up in the unseen, so in like manner will your power to achieve be manifested in your life, and success and prosperity be attracted to you. If you give grudgingly, you will receive but a scanty reward. If you give fully and freely of the best that is within you, you will reap a rich and abundant harvest. Give your best thoughts. Hold nothing back. Give your most faithful service. Do not spare yourself, for all the cosmic forces are yours. The universe is not run by caprice or chance. Everything is according to law. The law of compensation is immutable. It can never be evaded. Whatsoever ye meet shall be measured to you again. Thus do we hold our lives and destinies in our own hands. We can give our best to the world, our best in service, in love, in devotion, and back to us will come unerringly the highest good, the greatest joy, the best that life can offer. Or, on the other hand, we may give poor service, try to get what we do not deserve, and in return, we shall reap a harvest of trouble, disappointment, unhappiness, and failure. No longer can you offer the world the more or less imperfect service which has hitherto been the best that you could offer. Now, are you entering into the fullness and glory of the vast powers of your subliminal mind? Now, are you controlling an ever-growing stream of creative thoughts? Now, are all these inward forces being translated into action? And that action can only be better service, better work, higher accomplishment, more abundant success than ever you have known before. Let imperfect work belong only to the past. The badly scrubbed doorstep, the mediocre poem, the commonplace picture, the half-hearted service in Parliament, let it all go. It belongs to yesterday, and yesterday is dead. From now onward, the new and wonderful life within you will well up with ever-increasing power and find expression in better work. Leave the past and its failures. Today is yours, and the future shall be according as you build today. This week's affirmation is, I give to the world the best I have, and the best comes back to me. Then visualize yourself giving the very highest and best service of which you are capable, and then picture the highest good coming back to you in return. Make this mental picture very real. It will have a great effect for good in your life. As a visualizing exercise, take a flower and picture its growth, backwards, from the full bloom right back to the planted seed. Actually see the whole process. There is no need for me to anxiously snatch and grab, to hoard and scrape, to cheat and squeeze my fellow men. I do not have to run after success and fortune. Instead, they kneel down at my feet and pay me homage. I need stoop to no subterfuges, no low cunning, no doubtful methods, for everything I need is mine. All that I desire comes to me by the operation of natural law. I realize now that I am one with and form a part of the infinite mind. Therefore, as I am a part of the infinite mind, I too am all things, and all things are in me. Therefore, everything that I can possibly require, peace of mind and health of body, achievement of friends, love, prosperity, success, these are all mine. They hasten to minister to my eternal joy. I am a magnet. I attract to myself only the highest good. I am attuned only to the highest vibration of health, success, accomplishment, happiness. The lower vibrations of disease, failure, want, and unhappiness can find no echo in my mind, no manifestation in my life. I am in my inner, higher, better self, a radiant and sublime mental being, partaking of the nature of the infinite mind, of which I form a part, and in whom I live and move and have my being. I pour out unstintedly upon my fellows my best work and efforts, my richest thoughts and emotions. I give to the world the very best that is mine. Yet, the more unselfishly I give, the more richly am I blessed. The more abundantly are life's choicest gifts showered upon me. Give to the world the best you have, not merely your labor, but your inspiration, the very best that is in you. Work mentally, work creatively, work along original lines. Strive to do something fresh, create something new, add something to the world's total sum of joy and happiness. This can only be done by spending your spare time, not in frivolous pleasures, but in concentration in the silence. Still the outer mind and the senses, and then in the silence, listen to the still small voice of inspiration. Only by this means will you be able to evolve the original idea, which will make your life really successful and useful. Chapter 9. The Positive and Negative Man. Mankind is divided into two types, positive and negative. Let me try and describe each to you. Positive man is magnetic, attractive, courageous, happy, cheerful, healthy, energetic, is full of vitality, power, and ability to succeed. He never doubts his ability to win. He never worries when things go wrong. If he meets with a temporary setback, he becomes the more determined to succeed. He does not lay upon other people the blame of his own mistakes, but instead learns a lesson from his temporary failure. The positive man can always find people to believe in him and to finance his operations. He never lacks friends and men, and with them opportunities are always coming his way. He inspires confidence, compels attention, is a leader rather than a follower, and literally exudes an atmosphere of success. A negative man is, of course, the antithesis of this type. He is fearful, given to worry, apt to look on the dark side of things, is afraid to act too much on his own responsibility, and seeks the help and advice of other people, has difficulty in making up his mind, and when he has made it up, he often changes it. He seldom realizes that his failures are due to his own failings, but instead lays the blame upon other people's shoulders, or ascribes his troubles to chance or ill fortune. His company is not cheerful and is not sought by other people. except one or two as miserable as himself. All his thought and conversation are tinged with pessimism, and his face, in course of time, becomes lugubrious and miserable, an accurate index of the state of mind within. He has no belief in himself. He believes in fate and the influence of outside circumstances. And if he is a failure, it is, he thinks, not his fault, but due to heredity and environment. There are, of course, infinite degrees of positiveness and also of negativeness. But the essential difference is this, that whereas the positive man looks within for his power to achieve and looks forward with confidence to the future, the negative person, having no confidence in himself, looks to others and outside sources for help and assistance and fears what fate may bring him. The positive man believes in himself completely and absolutely. The negative person does not. That is the great difference. All successful people are of the positive type, and all the failures belong to the negative class. If you were able to examine the minds of numbers of successful men, from such as Lord Northcliffe, Lord Hague, and Lloyd George, down to the successful tradesmen in your own village, you would find them all of this positive type. On the other hand, get into conversation with a failure, whatever his station in life or his education, and you will find that his mind is of the negative type. It is obvious then that he who desires to succeed must belong to the positive type. If he belongs to the wrong class, how can it be remedied? We are what we are as a result of past thinking. Our mental attitude is built up by the thoughts we habitually harbor or cultivate. Thus, if we entertain positive thoughts only and deny negative thoughts, replacing them by their opposites whenever they intrude, we gradually build up a positive attitude of mind, which means that we become positive men or women, and as such cannot fail to be successful in life. Therefore, it all comes back to the old question of thought control. For one to govern his thinking, then, is to determine his life. Thoughts are positive if they dwell upon the following: success, achievement, accomplishment, overcoming, conquering, mastering, prosperity, power, courage, calmness, dignity, perseverance, purposefulness, patience, wisdom, faithfulness, confidence, faith, hope, cheerfulness, love, joy, peace, health, and happiness. Thoughts are negative if they dwell upon the following: failure, difficulty, bad luck, hard lines, I can't, fear, dread, grief, worry, care, anxiety, loss, fate, unfaithfulness, grievances, criticizing others, imputing bad motives to others, hate, envy, covetousness, brooding, lust, impurity, immorality, selfishness, sensuality, misery, unhappiness, disease, ill health, and death. The former build up character of mind and health of body. They create serenity and peace. The latter break down the nervous system, produce ill health and disease into the life of nearly all its joys, and destroy all hopes of success. If you concentrate your thoughts upon the former for a few minutes and let the imagination play round each word, a sense of power, unlimited and all-comprehensive, will pervade one's being. This is the infinite powers of the subliminal mind being aroused. All these positive qualities, which these words represent, are within you. Otherwise, you could not arouse this sense of power. If, by concentrating for a few minutes upon success, a sense of unlimited powers of accomplishment stir within you, then you have actually within you unlimited powers of accomplishment. You cannot call into activity that which does not exist. In the same way, if you concentrate upon a negative quality such as misery, you will become gloomy and depressed. Or if your mind dwells on fear, you will soon become full of dread and apprehension. How then shall you so control your thinking that only positive thoughts are allowed? The answer is by eternal vigilance and by incessant denials and affirmations. Whenever a weak or vile or unworthy thought attempts to enter your mind, deny its existence in your perfect mental world, and affirm in its place a thought the exact opposite of the one which you have denied. For instance, the thought may come that you will fail at the examination for which you have shortly to sit, or that an important interview will end disastrously, or that you will not be able to pay the rent next quarter day. Whatever the thought may be, if it is negative, deny it from the mind. Raise yourself into your perfect world of mind and say, there is and can be no failure. Man is a perfect mental creature. Potentially, all the powers of the infinite are his. Therefore, he can never fail. And then affirm, I am success. Everything that I attempt, I completely accomplish. I am success. Then visualize yourself successful in that which you have attempted. The examination passed, the interview successfully ended, the rent paid. See yourself radiant with success. Feel yourself lifted up by the power within. Let the thought, I am success, sink deeply into your subconscious mind, and you will find the negative fearing thought will flee away. Thus, will you become master in your own house and captain of your soul, and go forward with joy and confidence to possess your glorious heritage. The following affirmation, used at night, just as you are falling asleep, will be helpful. After a few weeks, it will have become unnecessary and should be discarded. When negative thoughts assail me, I will deny them and replace them by thoughts of power. Then visualize yourself pursuing the path of achievement which you have so often before seen in your mind's eye. Imagine that you see people trying to drag you from the path and seeking to persuade you to travel down a side turning. See yourself shake them off easily and firmly, continuing your journey to that bright vision which to you is success. I have said that there are varying degrees of positiveness, just as there are degrees of negativeness. The lowest form of success thought is, I can succeed. A student may have all his life thought that he could not succeed, that others might succeed because they were clever or had better opportunities. But he, poor fellow, being neither clever nor lucky, must forever be content to remain a mere hewer of wood and drawer of water. But one day he reads a Pass Me On pamphlet, and reads for the first time that he has within him the power to succeed and accomplish, and like a flash he realizes his true inward powers and cries, I can succeed. That, of course, is the first step. Very soon he says to himself, I will succeed, and thus finds himself on the second step. This is a rugged and stony path because progress depends almost entirely upon willpower, and progress by willpower alone is exhausting and trying. But soon the student realizes that he has acquired a new or wider consciousness and says with joy and wonder, "I am success." He has now reached a higher region of the mind and is exercising a larger and deeper faith. He realizes for the first time that success is not something outside himself or that has to be searched for or chased, but that he himself is success. I cannot explain it further. I am dealing with a state of mind which cannot be described, but which can be experienced. When the student has attained to this stage of consciousness, he can no longer fail in life. His life henceforth becomes a constant progression, a passing onwards to higher heights and more glorious achievements. This is the reason why I have made the affirmation to read, "I am success," instead of "I will be successful." To say that you will be successful is good, but it puts off your success to a future time. To affirm that you are success or successful now is to make your success to begin here and now. Conscientious readers will say at once, "How can I say truthfully that I am success when all the time failure enters so much into my life? I have just failed to pass an examination and have let the opportunity of a lifetime slip by. How then can I affirm myself success?" The answer is that you are success in reality. In your inward inner self, you are success. Because you are a mental creature and have all the elements of unbounded success inherent within you. If you affirm that you are success and will persist and persevere with that affirmation, then in your inner self you are success. And later, this will be translated into your outward life. What is created in the unseen is later manifested in the seen, in the form of achievement, accomplishment, and material prosperity. Therefore, by affirming, "I am success," and by visualizing yourself as the embodiment of success, by seeing yourself with your ambitions realized and with all things at your feet, you will construct a concrete image in your mind which will form a matrix out of which will proceed the material success and accomplishment which are its visible expression. It cannot be emphasized too much that success is not a something to be won. It is rather a mental state, an attitude of the mind. The mind itself has unlimited power, and thought is the force that is greater than all forces. Therefore, the power to accomplish all things is within us. This potent power, however, cannot find expression in the life if the attitude of the mind is wrong. When the mind is of the success type, or is made so by training, its intense powers become focused into one powerful beam, which shapes and molds the outward life on the form of the inward pattern. The subconscious mind is the seat of all action and contains unlimited power and energy, and this only needs directing into the right channel to accomplish anything that we may desire. The only difference between the successful type and the unsuccessful, provided they are of equal energy, is one of thought. This is why it is impossible to keep the success type of man down for any length of time. You can bankrupt him, bereave him, maim him, cast him into the gutter, and jump on him, and he will come to the top again, simply because his mind will not allow it. This also is why it is impossible to help a man of a negative type. Place him in affluent circumstances. Find him work, prospects, influence, friends. Place in his hands everything possible with which to aid him, and he will let it all slip through his fingers and come right down to want and penury. Therefore, success in life is the result of success actions, which are the result of success thoughts, which are the result of a success attitude of mind, and this is the result of the affirmation, I am success. As the attitude of the mind alters from negative to positive, there is developed what is called personal magnetism. One radiates an influence which attracts people. If a man is in business for himself, what a difference the drawing influence of a well-ordered mind will make. His customers will increase 100-fold in number, and a better type will gradually be attracted. Once the right attitude of mind has been built up, the trouble is not how to get business, but how to execute it. It comes crowding in so rapidly, it is difficult to cope with. Again, in all businesses, difficulties appear from time to time, and although these may and do extinguish men of negative type, they cause only temporary trouble to one whose mind has been trained on success lines. Again, as the mind becomes more positive, the will is greatly strengthened, the staying power increased, and the powers of concentration vastly strengthened. Success generally comes to those with the greatest staying power. The power to stick to it is often the deciding factor in the struggle. Most men give up when they are just at the turning of the corner, when a little more push would have ensured the success that was ready to crown their efforts. The great thing to aim at is to build up within you this success attitude of mind. When this is established, there is nothing that can stay your success. Affirm that you are success now. Steep yourself in the success idea, visualize yourself successful and all-conquering. Live, dream, and be success, and nothing can prevent you from being successful because you yourself are success. Do not, however, strain after success. Rather, realize that you yourself are success, and that you therefore attract to you all that you desire. 100 times a day, if necessary, affirm I am success. The last thing at night and the first minute of your waking day. Always picturing yourself happy, successful, and all-conquering. The special visualizing exercise for this week is as follows. Sit upright in a quiet place and closing your eyes, send out to all mankind the best and noblest thoughts of which you are capable. Thoughts of goodwill and love to everybody in all the wide world. Feel these thoughts being projected from you in all directions, sent forth like the beams of light from the lighthouse, penetrating further and further all over your own country, and then through every other country. Do this for some time, and then reverse the process. Feel the thoughts coming back laden with other thoughts of a like nature, innumerable beams of light pouring into you from all over the world. Feel yourself filled up and overflowing with the riches of all the most glorious thoughts which the world has ever known. The first part of the exercise may exhaust you, but the latter part will fill you with courage, confidence, calm, serenity, and peace. Persevere and endeavor to make this exercise as real as possible. By it, you enrich the world by your own noble thoughts and lessen its pain and sorrow. In return, you are blessed and strengthened in a way which could never otherwise be possible. The more freely you give of your best thoughts, the more bountifully you will to give. Meditate daily upon the following words of James Allen. You say you are chained by circumstances. You cry out for better opportunities, for a wider scope, for improved physical conditions, and perhaps you inwardly curse the fate that binds you hand and foot. You may bring about that improved condition in your outward life which you desire, if you will unswervingly resolve to improve your inner life. I know that pathway looks barren at its commencement, but if you perseveringly discipline your mind, eradicating your weaknesses and allowing your soul forces and spiritual powers to unfold themselves, you will be astonished at the magical changes which will be brought about in your inward life. As you proceed, golden opportunities will be strewn across your path, and the power and judgment to properly utilize them will spring up within you. Genial friends will come unbidden to you. Sympathetic souls will be drawn to you as the needle is to the magnet, and books and all outward aids that you require will come to you unsought. Continue to deny evil, illness, sickness, disease, failure, poverty, limitation, and all negative states. The more perfectly you expunge them from your mind, the more blessed will your life become. Constantly affirm health, success, prosperity, freedom, and all positive states, and carry a vision of them always before you. Spend as much time as possible in the silence, for in quietness and confidence shall be your strength. Also, whenever during the day you have to make a decision, mentally retire into the silence and gain wisdom and inspiration from the infinite. Thus shall you be kept from all mistakes and blunders, and your life become rich with blessing, because it is lived in obedience to universal law. Chapter 10. Overcoming Fear and Hate. There are two great obstacles in the path to health and success. They are fear and hate. Not only do they bar the path to success and break down the health, but they also destroy all happiness and peace of mind. They are the most negative of all negative qualities and give rise to the most destructive emotions. They break down the fabric of the character, destroy the nervous system, and create disharmonies and disturbances which effectually keep success, health, peace of mind, and happiness at a distance. There has never been a truly great figure in the world's history that has harbored fear. On the contrary, the truly great have always been distinguished by their faith and courage. The truly successful know full well that they can only accomplish mighty purposes to the extent that they are able to banish fear and hate from their minds and lives. Fear is the deadly enemy of accomplishment. It paralyzes effort, destroys initiative, and corrodes the mental machinery. Fear and worry go hand in hand. The one produces the other. Worry never yet succeeded in overcoming a difficulty, neither has it ever succeeded in elucidating a problem. All it can do is to destroy health, wreck happiness and peace of mind, and make the difficulties more difficult to overcome, and the problems less easy of solution. Fear, worry, care. What a terrible trinity. Mental gifts, high attainments, university education, help of friends and relatives, even genius or ability almost approaching genius, all are rendered futile if the mind is allowed to entertain fear. Unless fear is cast out of the life utterly, there can be no success. Entertain fear in your mind, and you slam and bolt the door on all achievement. You sound the death knell of your hopes and ambitions. Fear is everywhere. Fear of want, fear of starvation, fear of public opinion, fear that what we own today may not be ours tomorrow, fear of sickness, fear of death. Fear has become with millions a fixed habit. To live in continual dread, continual cringing, continual fear of anything, be it loss of love, loss of money, loss of position or station, is to take the readiest means to lose what we fear we shall. By living in fear, you not only slam the door on all progress, but you also attract to yourself the very thing that you dread. If you dread sickness, then the fear of sickness will break down your nervous system, and this will lay you open to every kind of disease. If you fear failure in your business, then all your actions will savor of failure, and your business will come to a speedy end. Fear, worry, anxiety, dread, this dreadful negative family are rendering miserable the lives of millions of people, and they are all the offspring of lack of faith and courage. Have faith in the omnipotence of the power within you, and all fear will cease, and worry, care, and anxiety flee away. Get right hold of the truth that your life, your circumstances, everything that comes into your life is the result of your thinking, that your future will be modeled exactly on how you think today. The law is absolute. As you sow, so do you reap. Therefore, get this thought right down into your being. Everything is in your own hands. Think right thoughts now, and the future can take care of itself. There is nothing capricious or uncertain in your life. All is according to eternal law. As you bring your life, by the control of your thoughts, into harmony with the unseen higher forces, you enter into a life of peace and power. There is nothing whatever about which you need fear or worry, because you are in harmony with all the universe. The power that maintains the stars in their places and guides the planets in their courses is the same power that animates you. Nothing can come by chance into your life, only that which is the result of your thinking. Now is given into your hands the power and the knowledge whereby you can control your thinking and choose those thoughts which will build up your life in beauty and strength. Right cannot produce wrong, neither can wrong produce right. Get your thoughts under control, and all evil must flee away. Therefore, there can be nothing to fear. Your life is in your own hands. He who is established in truth and courage need fear no evil, for evil has no power over one whose soul has cast out fear. When thoughts of fear assail you, and at all available times, make use of the following denial. There is nothing in all the universe that can make me afraid. After the denial of evil, this is the greatest denial of all. The most terrible thing in anyone's life is the belief in and thought of evil. But fear is almost as destructive, yet there is nothing to fear. They only exist in our minds. While they exist in our minds, they are very real and terrible, but they have no real existence apart from our minds. The only power that evil and fear and the things feared have is the power that we invest them with by our thoughts. Everything is mind or thought, and its phenomena or manifestation. This is proved when you have, by the power of the denial, cast the belief in evil out of your mind, and then discover that there is no evil outside of human thought. In the same way, when you have cast out fear, you discover, to your joy, that there never has been and never can be anything to fear. There only exists that which exists in the mind. Therefore, to cast out fear, raise yourself into your perfect world of mind. Realize that you, your real you, are a perfect mental creature, radiant and divine, an individualized expression of the great infinite mind of the universe, and as such, are gifted with godlike powers. Get into touch with and realize your oneness with this infinite mind of perfect good, and you will realize that there can be nothing to fear. You are in harmony with the infinite principle of good, and there is therefore nothing that can harm you or of which you need be afraid. Stand firm then, looking up. Realize your oneship with the highest powers, your harmony with all the divine forces, and use the denial unceasingly, having purged your mind of fear. Next, build it up and strengthen it by this affirmation. I am in harmony with the infinite principle of good that permeates the universe, and against which evil has not the slightest power. Therefore I am unafraid. Nothing that can harm or destroy, nothing can ruffle me or disturb my peace of mind. I am carried forward by the invisible forces of good. All is well. Then realize this stupendous truth and visualize yourself standing dauntless and unafraid, serene and calm, borne up by higher powers. As we, by the power of thought control, develop our subliminal powers, we become conscious of a new self, developing and manifesting itself within us. This is our subliminal self. Not only do we become increasingly conscious of the new powers within, but we also become aware of powers without us, all of which will help and bless us if we only come into line with them. There are, of course, testing times in all lives, but to the well-trained mind, these should give no cause for fear. It is how we bear ourselves at such times that determines our real worth and use, whether we have stamina, backbone, courage, real character, and if at such times we can stand unfaltering, uncomplaining, desirous of neither sympathy nor pity, patient but resolute, and doing today what today reveals to be done, and so ready for the morrow when it comes, there can be but one outcome. The higher powers of all the universe stand back of such a life. They uphold it, they sustain it, they stamp it with success. So wrote R.W. Trine in The Wayfarer on the Open Road. Therefore you have nothing to fear, so cast out fear, and meet the future with joy and gladness. The other great obstacle to health and success is hate. There can be no health or success in life for the one who hates. Hate injures the one who hates far more than the one hated. Hate poisons the blood of the one who hates and tears down his nervous system. Hate is negative and destructive. Love is positive and upbuilding. Have you ever noticed the lives of those who indulge in hate? They are a continual round of trouble. Misfortunes and troubles are attracted to them as a direct result of their hate. Through indulging in negative thoughts and emotions, negative conditions are produced and attracted. Therefore, dear reader, if you have hatred, malice, or resentment in your mind or life, pluck it out and cast it away, because you can never be successful, never be happy until you have done so. The best way to cast out hate is to hold your mind continually in the attitude of goodwill to all men. If hate is to you a real difficulty, remember this, that you can never make any progress in mind and thought control until you have forgiven your enemy. If, just as you are falling asleep, you use the following combined denial and affirmation, you will find it much easier to conquer your negative failing during the next day. First of all, raise yourself into your perfect world of mind, deny evil, and affirm infinite good, and then say the following: I forgive and forget all my enmity and anger. I send out thoughts of love and goodwill to all mankind. Get your mind into this attitude, and all will be well. By thinking in this way, you create currents and vibrations, which will bring you blessing, happiness, health, healing, and success. It may seem strange to insist upon forgiveness and love in lessons on mind training and success development, but believe me, there can be no true all-round success, no happiness or harmony in life, so long as hatred, malice, and uncharitableness are cherished. Great minds are above all such petty, mean feelings as hatred, spite, and malice. It is the truly great who can best afford to be magnanimous. By regulating and controlling your thinking, by casting out fear and hate and all other negative states, you too can become great in mind and noble in action. Therefore, when you make the above affirmation, visualize yourself raised above the petty cares and strifes of men. There is a mental realm of peace and quietude which is far above earth's troubles. But before you can enter into it, you must first put yourself right with your fellow men. We cannot dwell there if we fear. We must first of all banish fear and possess our hearts with courage. We cannot dwell there if we are selfish. But when we have put ourselves in harmony with all the higher forces, then we can rise above the things which vex and grieve the hearts of men, to a plane where absolute calm and peace continually abide. I can hear some of my readers saying, "What has this got to do with success in life?" My answer is everything. It is because the majority of people are so full of worry and care that they are perplexed and anxious, and so wrapped up in little petty, non-essential things that they are never able to take the broad view, and consequently can never be successful. A man or woman with a small, petty mind can never be successful. It is only those with imagination and breadth of view who can plan a successful campaign and successfully carry it through. It is impossible for anyone to put forth his best effort if he is worried and careworn or fearful or full of hate. Therefore I say, learn to rise to that higher state of the mind where peace and calm and confidence continually abide. The special visualizing exercise this week is as follows. Sit yourself in a quiet place upright in a chair. Close your eyes. Now mentally send out to all the world your best service. If you are a great writer of books, see them being sent by the thousand, by rail and steamship all over the globe. If you are an artist, see your pictures going to many lands. No matter what your occupation may be or may be in the near future, see the effects of your service going out to all mankind. Do this for a few minutes and then reverse the process. See money coming back to you from all over the world. Call up a clear and perfect image of money arriving by every post. See yourself counting it and piling it up. Do this for a few minutes and then dismiss that matter from your mind. There is infinite plenty and profusion in nature for all man's wants and needs. Nature is prodigal in her provision and would willingly clothe every son of man in plenty and abundance, if he did not create his own poverty by wrong thinking. These blessings are mine now, and will come to me when I, by means of scientific thinking, have purified my thoughts and cleansed my mind. When I have got rid of hate and fear and selfishness and weakness, and have built up my mind in love and courage, unselfishness and strength, then shall I find that there is nothing in life that is too good for me. Nature withholds nothing from the man who is unafraid and whose thoughts are in harmony with the universal mind, whose heart is free from hate and malice. Therefore, nature shall withhold nothing from me. And what I affirm for myself, I desire also for all my fellow creatures, that they too may experience all the joy that I experience, and learn how to bring their lives into harmony with the infinite principle of good. Continue to develop subliminal thinking. Take all your difficulties and perplexities into the silence, and let your great inner mind, drawing upon the eternal wisdom of all the ages, give you the true answer that you need. Whenever you desire inspiration or original ideas, seek them in your subliminal mind, because there alone can they be found. Chapter 11. The meaning of success. What is success? To one, it means one thing, and to another, it may mean something quite different. Some desire happiness and love above all things, and could they but gain these would count themselves successful in the highest degree, even though their circumstances remained humble and comparatively poor. Some desire fame and distinction in science, to invent, to discover, or investigate, the only reward they seek being the joy of accomplishment. Some again desire to be great in music, painting, or sculpture, others to be leaders in their profession of medicine, law, or politics. Others have ambitions to serve their day and generation, to give and be spent in the service of humanity. Some seek mental, and others spiritual attainments. Some again would be perfectly satisfied if they could obtain perfect health. Success in its lowest form is the acquisition of wealth, the building up of large businesses, or the earning of a large income. Although this aim is not so lofty as its predecessors, yet it is not an unworthy ambition, and if kept within bounds, will result in benefit to the community, and not too great a burden to the individual. Whatever your ambition may be, follow it and strive after it. It is useless to try and be successful if you are a round peg in a square hole, Before you can make your life a full and abundant success, you must find your niche and fill it. There is, somewhere in the world, work for you to do, work which no one else can do as well, and which no one else can do in quite the same way. If you have an ambition, follow it, seek it, concentrate all your energies upon it. Fortunes have never been made, neither have high ideals ever been attained by half-hearted or lukewarm effort. Hit the nail of ambition on the head with all your might and strength. Don't tap it like you would a tin tack. Strive manfully, relying upon the power within you, and sooner or later, great success will be yours. If you have not yet found your niche, seek for it, seek, and ye shall find is true of the mental world as it is of the spiritual. Seek and keep on seeking, and interior illumination will show you the path and open up the way. While searching for your niche, do not neglect your present work. Some have been foolish enough to throw up their present calling before looking for a fresh one. Be like Tom Barron, the poultry breeder. At one time, a poor shoemaker, he kept a few chickens for hobby and profit. He developed a great liking and genius for rearing chickens, but he stuck to his last. There came a day when his poultry rearing became so lucrative that, after a long consultation with his wife, Tom Barron decided to give up his shoe mending and devote his whole time to poultry. Now all the world knows him, the greatest expert in the business and the richest man who ever made money out of poultry. Mix caution with your ambition. Do not be headstrong. Be a blend of tremendous energy, burning ambition, and wholesome caution and restraint. The way out of undesirable conditions, the path by which you will find your niche where your work will be an everlasting joy, is by doing your duty in your present sphere and listening to and obeying the inward voice of wisdom. If you shirk duty and responsibility in order to get on you, defeat yourself and curse your life. On the other hand, if you do your duty, however unpleasant, and shoulder with cheerfulness your responsibilities no matter how heavy, affirming success, visualizing better conditions, listening to the inward voice of wisdom, you will find that sooner or later the way will be opened up before you in a wonderful manner, and you will enter into a life of great joy and usefulness. The outward life will and must conform to the inward life. Sooner or later the change must come, but only if you are calm, untroubled, and serene. In your desire to find a way out of undesirable conditions, do not be tempted to take any shortcut. Be guided only by the inward voice of intuition. No matter how anxious you are to change your conditions, do not be persuaded to do anything that will not bear the strictest examination in the light of your highest concept of truth. Therefore, take these nevers as signposts and beacons to warn you from shortcuts, so-called, which lead only to disaster and failure. Never wrong anyone. Never betray a trust. Never go back on your word. Never do anything selfish. Never repudiate an agreement. Never shirk your responsibilities. Never do anything that looks mean in the light of your perfect world of mind. Finally, live your life to a principle, the principle of truth, justice, and love. In choosing your ambition, though more often it is that ambition chooses you, examine it carefully and see just where it is going to lead you. Ask yourself the question, am I prepared to pay the price of success? If it is money, and business success that you are going to seek, remember that men of this type live laborious days. Many have telephones by their bedside. Some have a bedroom and bathroom at their office, so that in times of stress they can work 20 and sometimes even 22 hours a day. Unless gifted with constitutions of iron, such men become nervous wrecks, and most of them have no enjoyment in life outside their business. Their only joy is the joy of accomplishment, the glow of satisfaction at having it achieved. I speak from experience. I went in for this type of success, and in 3 years created out of nothing one of the largest businesses of its kind in the United States. But whereas when I had lived in a very small house and had to economize on a very tiny income, I had been very happy. When I became passing rich, the owner of a big business, I certainly was not as happy. I would have been happier if I had modified my ambition and had been satisfied with a smaller business, a less generous income, and had had in consequence more leisure and opportunity for self-improvement. To all who are starting out on the road to success, I offer this advice. Think well before you start. When once you have put your hand to the plow, you must never look back. Therefore, before starting, make sure that you are starting on the right road. After all, the satisfying of a great ambition is not the best thing in life. If you will sacrifice part of your ambition and thus live a more normal and well-balanced life, your life will, in its broad sense, be more successful than if you sacrifice everything to the accomplishment of your desires. One can become a millionaire and be but a poor, shriveled soul in other respects. Far better is it, and I speak from experience, to aim for a broader ideal, to aspire to prosperity rather than great wealth, to desire health and happiness and peace of mind rather than to sacrifice these things at the altar of ambition. But whatever your ambition may be, once you have started, stick to it. Do not change until your object is achieved. To change about is fatal. Having settled upon your ambition, concentrate upon it. Let nothing turn you aside. No matter what opposition or difficulty you may encounter, go straight on. Remember that thought is the most powerful and wonderful power in the universe, and that you can control your thought. Therefore, by controlling your thought, you have perfect mastery over the most potent force of which we have any knowledge. There is nothing that can prevent your ultimate success, save your own lack of faith and staying power. Your mind actually has creative power, not in a figurative sense, but in reality. All that you see with your bodily eyes is matter vibrating at different rates. The matter that you can see in this way is coarse matter. With your mind's eye, you can see other matter of a finer nature, and with your mind, you can mold this finer matter into any pattern you please. That which you visualize, if persistently held to, will form the matrix out of which will grow your outer life. By the use of affirmations, which is thought control in its most practical form, you have learned to make the most powerful use of the greatest of all powers, thought. By visualization, you put into operation a power known to the old occultist but withheld from the multitude until now. Visualization is a form of concentrated thought. It is thought materialist in fine matter of mind stuff. Therefore, the more real and clear and sharply defined your mental image, the greater your powers of concentration. Some possess this power naturally. Others can acquire it. As far as I know, this course of lessons is the only serious attempt to teach this power. By the constant use of affirmations and by persevering in the visualizing lessons, you can develop a degree of concentration power almost unknown in the West, approximating somewhat to the powers of certain Eastern adepts who have made concentration and mind control the study of centuries. The writer can concentrate his whole mind and thought upon the point of a pencil for minutes at a time. Try it and see how soon your attention wavers, how your mind wanders about the point of the pencil, but never on it. The mind wanders off into 101 things and has to be brought back again and again by an effort of the will until finally you give it up and acknowledge that it is a very difficult thing to do. When you can concentrate your whole mind and thought on the point of a needle for 1 minute, you will be able to accomplish anything to which you give your attention. You will have the power to take up a subject, examine it, decide upon it, and then dismiss the matter entirely from your mind. Instead of lying awake all night worrying over a business problem, you dismiss it from your mind and have a good night's rest and arise in the morning with fresh energy and strength and with your problem solved. Visualize and affirm success, denying evil and failure constantly and perseveringly. This is the path to success. Remember that success is not only a matter of concentration, it is also a question of staying power. How many a promising career has been ruined by lack of perseverance and stickability? In competitive walks of life, it is frequently the one with the longest wind who wins. The brilliant, the clever, the ones with every advantage drop out by the way and leave the field clear for the plotter and sticker. Therefore, hold the thought "I am success" constantly in your mind. Let it color all your actions, inspire all your deeds. Persevere and hang on and grow not weary in well-doing, then whatever it is that you are aiming for will be accomplished. Not only will your vision of success be accomplished, but it will be exceeded beyond your wildest dreams. March on, your ultimate success is as certain as the rising and setting of the sun, as sure as the tides of the eternal sea. Make your own denials and affirmations now and henceforth, and use them as difficulties arise. Do not try to do anything without consulting your inner self, and thus bringing your inward powers to action. If you feel gloomy, affirm that you are bright and cheerful. Then will your gloom be chased away like mist before the morning sun. If you feel tired, affirm that you are fresh and vigorous and free from fatigue. Then act accordingly, and you will find that your lethargy has flown away. If you feel careworn, raise yourself mentally above the petty things of life, and you will find yourself dwelling on a plane where worry and care cannot exist. If you need guidance in the face of difficulty, when the finite mind of the senses is perplexed and at the limit of its resources, retire into yourself and receive wisdom and guidance from the great within. Put the matter that is perplexing you out of your mind and dismiss every thought as it comes, until at last the mind is a complete blank. When you have done this, you have separated yourself entirely from the life of the senses, and you are in touch with the infinite mind of the universe. Then will the answer come, in the still small voice which is in every man, if he would but listen for it. Whatever the answer is, act upon it, for it is the divinest wisdom. Another method is to raise oneself mentally above the fret and fever of life, and deny evil and affirm the infinite good until you get a clear concept of your perfect world of mind. The worry or perplexity will follow you even there, but when it does, deny its existence and affirm perfect peace, perfect wisdom, perfect knowledge, perfect understanding. Again and again the worry will come, but if you each time deny it and affirm your perfect higher self, the thought will get weaker and weaker until it is killed altogether. Then contemplate the perfect world of mind for a time, and after that occupy the mind with some other matter. The answer will come, the problem will be solved, and the way will be opened before you in a wonderful manner. Another way is this. Just as you're going to sleep after conquering the worry thought and rising superior to it in your perfect world of mind, simply hold the problem in your mind in an expectant way, believing and affirming that in the morning the problem will be solved. When the morning arrives, you will find on awaking the solution of your perplexity, or it will come to you as you are getting up. No matter which method you use, when you get back to the hurly-burly of life, the answer will seem silly and foolish and impracticable. Do not be deceived. Act only upon the message which came from the silence, and you will find that you have listened to the voice of the highest wisdom. For a visualizing exercise, imagine that you have received a momentous letter from overseas. Trace its journey back to the beginning. The postman, the local sorting office, the mail train, the general post office, the mail-carrying steamship, the journey across the seas, and by rail to your friend's home. Then see your friend sealing the letter. Then see him writing it. Now look into your friend's mind and see the thought that inspired the letter. I am success. By constant and eternal vigilance, I kill by means of denials every thought of fear, of failure, of poverty and lack, and replace them by affirmation of success, prosperity, and achievement. My mind is being constantly lifted up into a higher realm where I receive inspiration and strength. My inner mind is one with the universal mind, therefore I draw upon the inexhaustible strength, energy, and wisdom of the infinite. Through thinking positive thoughts and meditating upon positive states, I attract to myself streams of thoughts and emotions of a like character, which strengthen and help me. I grow into the likeness of that upon which I meditate. I become more positive. I become a magnet. I draw and attract to myself all that I need. Difficulties are smoothed out. People and opportunities come to me unbidden. The way is made clear before me, and all things work together for my good. My services to the world become increasingly valuable. I am inspired in such a way that I can do better and greater work than ever before. Friends, wealth, position, power, all are coming to me. I am a magnet. I am success. All the good that there is in memory training systems can be summed up in a few words. The reason some people cannot remember is because they do not pay sufficient attention. If you were making phonograph records, you would have to arrange things so that a deep, sharp impression was made in the wax. If only a faint impression was made, then only a faint jumble of sounds could be reproduced. It is the same with the mind. If you fail to observe and to pay attention, then facts, happenings, and orders, which should be remembered, are only faintly impressed upon the mind, with the unfortunate consequence that many important points and details are forgotten. The great thing to do is to observe and pay attention, to mentally impress upon your mind those things which you ought to remember. A table knife lying on the table to one person would be a knife and nothing more. A more observant person would be able to tell us that the knife was made in Sheffield and give us the name of the maker, that the blade was Firth stainless steel, that the handle was real ivory, and the tag of the knife went right through to the other end of the handle. A telegraph post to one is a telegraph post only. To another, it is old or new. It carries so many wires, has a crack down one side, and shows signs of having been recently climbed by a workman with steel spikes. To visualize whatever you desire to remember is to impress it upon your mind forever. You should also memorize something during the day, and just as you are falling asleep at night, recall what you have learned. And after repeating it over, tell your subliminal mind that you will never forget it, and you never will. This is the direct, natural way of remembering, and is far better than any method which employs the law of association. If you follow these instructions, increasing the amount memorized each day, you will develop a memory above the average. Chapter 12. The Path to Mastery. Look within for power. Man has in his subliminal mind transcendental faculties, but to the multitude these are unsuspected and undiscovered. To you has been given the knowledge that has put you in touch with the great within. This is the key to all wisdom, knowledge, truth, understanding, achievement, and power. It unlocks for you the treasure house of the universe and links you up to the powerhouse of the infinite. If you are perplexed, look within, and light and leading will come, for you are one with and form a part of the great universal mind. Have you a great task to perform? Look within, and you will find all the strength, energy, perseverance, and ability that you require. Look up. 2 men looked through prison bars. The one saw mud, the other stars. Alas, that the majority of men see only mud, whereas they might, by looking up, see stars. It has been my aim to get you to look up and to keep looking up. Now, let my closing words be, look up. Hold ever before you a vision of infinite perfection, and in the radiance of that vision, you will find health, happiness, true success, and lasting satisfaction. With every good wish for your continued unfoldment and the greater realization of the power that is within you. Said Charles Godfrey Leland, when over 70 years of age, man has within him, if he would but know it, tremendous powers or transcendental faculties of which he has never had any conception. These powers are within you, and by the use of affirmations and a power of mental imagery, you can arouse these vast potencies and harness them to your service for the enrichment of your life and the accomplishment of your ambitions. Every act of life can be influenced by affirmations, But do not confuse yourself by employing too many at once. Day by day and step by step is the sure road to success. If you have a little shop, do not attempt to turn it all at once into a huge department store. Seek first to make it by far the best small shop in the district, and it will not be very long before the opportunity comes for you to take a large one or to buy a bigger business. Remember, nature is never in a hurry. All her vast works are accomplished slowly, methodically, step by step, cell by cell, but whatever she seeks to do is ultimately accomplished. So will it be with you. You have the knowledge by which you can develop your success with mathematical exactitude. Begin with small things. When you have conquered in small things, you can pass to greater, and from greater things to boundless power. Do not expect the maximum of success at once. If you get only partial success at first, be satisfied, knowing that you will keep on improving. Even if you fail utterly, you will be stronger and better for having tried. It is the law of the reflex nerve system that whenever one does or endeavors to do any given thing in a certain way, a modicum of power is added, whereby it is a trifle easier at the next effort, until that which is difficult and is done only with great effort in the beginning becomes easy of accomplishment. This is the law. It is the secret of habit forming, character building, of all attainment. If you set out on a certain course to accomplish a certain work, to overcome an evil habit, to repair and strengthen a weak part of your character, or whatever it may be, never leave off until you have accomplished that which you set out to do. To leave off before you have conquered is to play fast and loose with your mental powers, and to do them irreparable harm. Never leave off one thing and start another instead. Concentrate, concentrate, concentrate upon what you have decided to achieve. Above all, live your life according to a principle. This will steady the most vacillating character. It is possible for a simple person to estimate with mathematical exactness the result of a right action, but the wisest and cleverest cannot foretell the result of an unprincipled one. The first is according to law and produces certain results. The second is against the law, and no one can tell where the evil effect will end. Live your life to a principle, and you will always know how to act in all cases of uncertainty. Set up as your standard the highest aspect of truth of which you know, and bring everything into line with it. When confronted with 2 or 3 courses of action, and you do not know which to follow, compare each line of action with your pure principle, and adopt that one which is in harmony with it. When once you have learned to live your life according to a principle, you will feel a great load lifted from your mind. For the first time, there will be certainty and precision in your life and absolute peace of mind. Never wrong any man. Never take advantage of one with less knowledge than yourself. Never sacrifice your principles. Never give up your ideals. See that you are known for your integrity and absolute honesty, as well as for your cleverness and capacity. You see so many of your competitors making money by a sharp practice, and you feel that by adopting an honest line of action, you're simply putting yourself up as a target for people of less principle to shoot at. That is what it looks like, but I can assure you speaking from experience, that the reverse is the case. It is the man of probity and honor who scores in the long run. When in business, I was more successful than anyone in my line had ever been before, and I never found it necessary to be sharp or overreaching. I never went out of my way to get customers, yet they swarmed into my place from morning till night. Do not misunderstand me. It is not enough to be honest or to live one's life to a high principle, but all other things being equal, it will be the man of integrity who will win in the end. Therefore, persevere with the course which you have laid out for yourself, and be fair to the wondrous inward powers which are seeking to find expression in your life. Remember the law of compensation. If you are to receive the highest good in your life, you must give the world your best service. You cannot cheat life. You must give your very best if you are to receive the best in return. There is nothing more nauseating than to see a man copying or trying to copy another man's success. Be original, be yourself. See where other men are lacking and supply what is necessary. It is the man who comes along with a fresh idea, who breaks new ground, who discovers a want which other people have never seen, who inaugurates a better service, who is first in the field, who gets the business and makes a fortune. Remember that there is something you can do better than anyone else, that no one can do it as well as you or in precisely the same way. In other words, you have personality. Therefore, develop your personality and let there be a personal touch about everything that you do. If people are to prefer your business or your professional services to those of others, there must be a sufficient reason. They are not going to do this simply because you affirm that they will. The only way to get them is by supplying better goods, more perfect service, higher skill, greater probity, and trustworthiness. Another great factor in winning success is the mental attitude of cheerfulness and brightness. People are attracted to the cheerful, optimistic person and repelled by one who is gloomy and pessimistic. Be cheerful and bright under all circumstances, and this alone will be worth a king's ransom to you. By your appearance and personality, you will create a good impression wherever you go. I mention appearance advisedly because the face becomes in time an index of the soul. Just as vice becomes deeply marked on the faces of its devotees, so does the face of one whose mind and thoughts are directed into right channels, reflect the calm and peace and courage of the mind within. Thus do you attract success, because if you attract to yourself people of the right kind, they bring potential success with them. One word of warning, and it is this: exercise a wise business prudence. Do not, just because you feel within you the fluttering of a new and wondrous power, rush thoughtlessly into business speculation, which may either ruin you or seriously jeopardize your business. Be not carried away by your enthusiasm. Go slowly and feel your way, step by step. Do not risk failure for the sake of getting on more quickly. Keep your expenditure within your income. He is a happy man who spends less than he earns. The troubles of many families are due to their expenditure being in excess of their income. Success is no success that does not extend to the home. By scientific right thinking, happiness, peace, and harmony can be made to reign supreme where formerly there were misunderstandings, friction, bickerings, and great unhappiness. while ever-increasing health will manifest instead of intermittent sickness. Cleanse your own heart and mind by denials. Build up your own character by affirmations. Calm your own spirit by dwelling in the perfect purity of the transcendental world of mind, and you will find, strange though it may seem, that everybody else in your household will get more lovable and helpful and restful in their attitude toward you. Remember to reverse every undesirable thought, suggestion, sight, or impression that comes to you. Deny them each and all in your perfect world of mind and affirm their opposite. For instance, two members of your family may be getting angry with one another, and the air becomes electric. Immediately raise yourself into your higher world of mind and say, "Perfect man is never angry. He is a perfect mental creature dwelling in the pure atmosphere of the infinite mind and can never get angry." Then affirm, "Man is love, perfect love. He dwells in the atmosphere of the infinite love." If you get a clear realization of the perfect love of this perfect world, then the quarreling ones will cease to quarrel, will love one another instead, and ever afterwards will quarrel less. Remember the three great laws, the law of love and attraction. Give love, and love to your heart will flow, a strength in your utmost need. The law of compensation. Then give to the world the best you have, and the best will come back to you. The law of absolute justice. For with what measure ye meet, it shall be measured to you again. Therefore, the ability to win the highest and truest success, to draw to yourself the greatest happiness, to create in your life the highest good, all depend upon giving. The mistaken idea of the animal mind that to be happy and successful one must seize and grab is entirely false and leads to bitter disappointment. Again, let me emphasize the necessity for stickability and perseverance. Keep at it, never know failure. Let this word be expunged from your vocabulary. It is the man with the greatest staying power who wins through hard times. Again, possess your soul in courage. Remember that if you use your inward mental powers aright and bring your business and your life and your conduct into harmony with the law, you can never fail. Great are the possibilities of your life, because great, beyond all human ken, is the infinite power within you. You have nothing to be afraid of. Big corporations cannot smash you. You can always beat them by personal service, by individuality and originality. When faced by problems, difficulties, and perplexities, you can at once raise yourself into your perfect world of mind and realize that you, your real self, can never be perplexed, because being one with the universal mind, all wisdom is yours. You know that in the silence, having hushed the loud voices of the surface material mind, you can hear the still small voice of intuition, of infinite wisdom. For you, there can be no perplexity or worry, only infinite calm and peace. By being calm and unflurried, by dwelling in an atmosphere of peace, you can preserve your nervous system and your health, while your sharp practice competitor is tearing his nerves to pieces and breaking down his constitution. Above all, remember to deny every thought, sight, influence, and suggestion that is evil or pessimistic or material, or fearing, or selfish, and create in its place its exact opposite. Deny evil constantly, and affirm infinite good. Deny fear just as frequently and earnestly, and affirm confidence and courage. Do this persistently, and you will transform your life. Now that you have finished the lessons, do not lay them lightly aside and forget them. This course is not for 3 months merely. It is for your life. If you will now begin again and start with Lesson 1 and work steadily through the course, you will find fresh light and understanding, and many hidden and deeper meanings, unsuspected before, will come to light. Do not expect immediate results. The effects of thought are slow in manifesting. It is my experience that what we think today becomes manifest in about 2 years' time. Suppose I want to demonstrate a big business, a house in the country, all bought and paid for, a perfect recovery from lifelong ill health, or a greater advancement in spiritual unfoldment. Then, if I hold in my mind a sharply defined picture of what I want, and vitalize it by joyful emotion and confident affirmations, and spend at least a quarter of an hour every night and morning holding this picture in my mind, then in about 2 years' time, what has been held in the mind will become an actual accomplished fact in my life. I may have many setbacks and disappointments, but if I persevere and persist and concentrate, then whatever I desire must objectify in my life. After that, one can never look back, because success attracts success, and once one has demonstrated, one becomes so full of success vibrations that success becomes the habit of one's life. Therefore, keep on persevering, persisting. Never cease mentally to picture and affirm confidently. It is not done by striving so much as by thinking and visualizing. Of course, one must work, but it is the mental activity that crowns the work with lasting success. By bringing into play, as taught in these lessons, the illimitable powers of your subliminal mind by the use of denials and affirmations, by harmonizing with immutable law, and by the art of visualizing, you can accomplish all that you desire. There is no height to which you cannot climb, no success that you cannot achieve, no happiness that you cannot attract into your life. All things are yours. Act according to the teachings of this course, making in future your own denials and affirmations as are required, and you will have set your feet in a path that leads ever upward. Where it ends, if it ever does end, no one can say, but this I know, it is a path of joy and blessing and happiness and success. It leads to heights, the grandeur of which cannot be described. If I have helped you to take this road of scientific, right thinking, which leads to your eternal joy and satisfaction, I am rewarded above measure. I affirm for you success in its richest and fullest sense, and all the joys of overcoming. Chapter 13. The Advanced Postgraduate Lesson. The Advanced Postgraduate Lesson concentrates and condenses the whole of the teaching into one meditation to be used night and morning. It is advanced in that it passes from the I am stage of personal consciousness to the Thou art stage of union with the divine mind and spirit. If it is in this respect too advanced for you, and you seem to lose touch through it, I would advise you to modify it by using I am instead of Thou art. It is hardly necessary to state that it is very important that every thought expressed in the meditation should be realized, felt, and, if possible, visualized. Some students find it helpful when they affirm success or health to feel that streams of divine power and life are flowing into them from the one fountain of all life and energy. Others get the best results by a sheer realization of the infinite perfection of the Absolute. The object of this postgraduate lesson is to concentrate all the teachings of the course of lessons which you have been studying, to arrange it in such a form that you can make use of it to the greatest practical advantage day by day, and at the same time raise the whole teaching to a higher plane. You have been taught denials, affirmations, visualizing, and meditations. It will now be shown how to combine all these into one exercise, which, if performed in the spirit, as well as the form and the letter, every night and morning will keep you in health, prosperity, love, joy, and gladness, enabling you to draw around you invisible forces, which will shield you from all harm, danger, and disaster. You will also be shown how to draw your loved ones into the same divine influence and thus bless, protect, and enrich their lives as well as your own. At this point, let me say that it is impossible for you to fail or for the laws of the universe to cease to act. I do not mean by this that you will immediately be healed of a long-standing infirmity, or that you will be instantaneously delivered from disharmonies and limitations in your life and circumstances. What I do mean is this, and I want you to pay special heed to what I say. Every time you get into conscious union with the Divine Spirit and in touch with the real spiritual world of perfection, and then deny the evil in your life and affirm all the infinite perfections of God, then definitely and with absolute certainty a portion of evil will be taken out of your life, and a corresponding amount of good will take its place. There is no chance or luck or uncertainty about it. The law is absolute and immutable and can never change or vary. Neither can the infinite power, which is always at your service, fail to operate. The law and power which cause the sun to rise each morning with all its glory, beauty, majesty, and power are the same which operate in your life and mine. The law is changeless. In this are our strength and confidence. What we have to do is to harmonize with the law. If we do this, then our life will be gradually righted and our troubles smoothed out. Results always appear to be so slow in manifesting, yet when they do manifest and we look back on the comparatively short time the transmutation of evil into good has taken, we are amazed at its swiftness. Some people have to wait years for the realization of their demands, but the building up process, which results finally in the accomplishment of their desires, is going on daily and hourly and every minute. You may not see results for many months, but you can rest assured that the change is taking place hourly. The evil is being abstracted and replaced by good. Every time that you look to your divine source and raise yourself into the higher world of cause, you drive out of your life a little sickness, a little failure, a little poverty of life or soul, a little misery or unhappiness, some weakness of character, some blemish and imperfection, and in their place is brought in a corresponding amount of health, success, abundance, happiness, harmony, peace, strength of character, perfection of soul. The change is so slight it is not noticed for comparatively long periods, but the work is constantly and surely going on. It will not, however, go on satisfactorily if the mental work done is spasmodic. It is only by regular and consistent, persistent work in the unseen that results can be achieved. The time spent each night and morning need not be long, but the work must be regularly performed, never on any account omitted or slurred over, and one must get into touch with the unseen. No one is too busy to do what I want them to, for what has to be done can be done while in bed, or while dressing or undressing or walking, although it is better to put aside a few minutes night and morning specially for the purpose. An exception has to be made in the case of those who want to find God consciousness and unfold their own divinity. In the lessons of the course, there was a considerable amount of the I will and I can philosophy. It is now sought to introduce you to a higher plane. You will now be taught not to affirm I am this or I am that, but to affirm instead that in God or infinite mind are all the perfect qualities and good that you desire or which you wish to bring into the lives of others. A life of perfect success, health, harmony, joy, love, and blessedness becomes possible only when we get rid of our finite personality and lose it in the universal mind. You will wonder how it is possible to fill your own life with good and also the lives of others by affirming that it exists in the mind of God. The answer is the greatest mystery of all. It is that the infinite mind of God is hidden within the self of each one of us. The great truth which has been hidden in all religions, but which has never been taught to the multitude, being only revealed to initiates, is that God, or infinite mind, is within man, that God and man are one. The realization of this blinding truth comes only to those who by patient meditation gradually unfold the inner self, until at last they get glimpses or flashes of the universal consciousness, which finally merge into full realization. If you will sit in meditation daily and seek God, you will surely find Him, not in any particular religion or creed or dogma, but in your own soul. The greatest mystics all bear the same testimony, all describe the same experiences, all speak the same language. As Dean Ing says, it is not possible to tell which religion a mystic belongs to, for their experiences are all the same. This is the only thing upon which all religions and philosophies agree, and it is vital and fundamental, while all the rest is non-essential. Religious belief and philosophies alter with their environment and with the changes which the passing ages bring. But the eternal and glorious truth that God lives and dwells in the soul of man and is the soul of man, this great truth lives on and will never fade. Therefore, if your desire is to find your own divine self, the immanent God within the soul, then you must spend much time in the silence in communion and meditation. For the more time you spend, the greater will be the revelation, and the sooner will that revelation take place. Sit in the silence and meditate on all the wonderful attributes of God. Realize the immanence of God, how He is in everything and in your own soul, that God and you are one. In time, you will get flashes of universal consciousness, glimpses of the blinding truth. These will in time give place to what is called transforming union, or as some mystics call it, deification. After that, everything else fades into insignificance. Of great assistance in one's progress towards God consciousness is the study, appreciation, and love of beauty. To spiritually understand a simple wayside flower is to enter into the very heart of God. The greatest attribute of God's character is love. To meditate upon the words God is love is to enter the highest wisdom. If love is the crowning glory of the mind of God, so must it be ours, for God and man are one. I present these thoughts for those of my students who are seeking the deepest wisdom, the greatest joy, the highest achievements of all. They are suggestions only, but if followed, they will lead to results beyond present comprehension. However, this is not the main object of this lesson. The main object is to show how to burn up the evil in your life and bring in a continuous stream of good. My desire is to show you how to work in the highest possible plane. And this is by realization of the infinite perfection of God. It is by looking to and aspiring after God, transcendent, that you realize the power and presence of the immanent God in your own soul, and you have only to affirm and realize that all things are in God to draw them into your own life. The system which follows brings into play all that you have already learned. It is a combination of meditation, denial, affirmation, and visualization. By using all these methods, in order to produce an inward realization of the infinite perfection and plenty of God, there takes place a joining of forces between God transcendent and God in your soul, which burns up the evil in your life and fills it with infinite good. Every time that you cause this realization of divine power to take place, a certain amount of evil is destroyed and good is installed in its place. Therefore, there must come a time when the evil will have disappeared and good accumulated to a point when the latter can no longer be hid, but must manifest in the life. In the lessons which you have already read, I repeatedly warned you against changing your visualization because it would bring confusion into your life. The change which I recommend now will not cause more than a temporary upset. For a few days there will be a certain amount of disharmony because of the change in vibration, but that will soon cease. This teaching does not contradict what you have already learned. Instead, it is its consummation. During the lessons, you have been trying to form a clear visualization of what you hope to be and what you hope to achieve. The only alteration that is necessary is to visualize and realize the perfection of God and heaven instead of yourself. You drop the mortal self and find God in its place. It is necessary to mention that you cannot actually visualize God. The nearest approach you will ever get will be an inburst of spiritual light. When this takes place, you will know that your treatment is effective. You can, however, visualize all the beauties and wonders and abundance of heaven, but see this, if you can, as luminous with a heavenly light all its own. The brighter and more luminous your vision is, the greater will be the results which will be achieved. If you are seeking to demonstrate improved circumstances by visualizing and affirming, then you should keep on doing so and raise your mental work so as to see and realize how infinite plenty and abundance are in God. See wealth and prosperity proceeding like a fountain from the heart of God, showering upon you abundance beyond description. Realize that all things are God's and proceed from God, and therefore yours, because God and man are one. The great secret is this, that God withholds nothing from man, for we are part of God just as a leaf is part of a tree. The tree does not withhold its nourishment from the leaf, neither does God withhold abundance from us. In fact, everything is ours already, and if we do not visibly possess an abundance of all good things, it is because we keep good away through negative thinking and through not claiming that which is already ours. Therefore, if you will spend as much time as possible in the silence, both night and morning, affirming and visualizing the infinite plenty and abundance of God, and realize that it all comes from God and is already yours, you can never fail. It may be 2 years or it may be only a few months before you see results, but all that time the change will be taking place. The material got together for the demonstration. First in the unseen, then in the seen. This is the law of the universe. I know that many of my readers will say they have souls above such sordid things, but on the other hand, there are those upon whom difficult circumstances, if not actual poverty, press very hardly, and they feel that the first demonstration they must make must be that of prosperity. The visualization must be clear, the affirmation fervent and backed by strong emotion. Also, affirmations should be preceded by denials of poverty and lack. These will help you realize the infinite abundance of the divine mind. Those who are seeking to demonstrate abundance must not try to accomplish it by their human mind or by using their mind in a hypnotic way. For if they demonstrate wealth in this way, other evils will appear in the life to take the place of poverty. Instead, one must look ever to God and see infinite abundance coming from Him. The method I myself employ, and which I wish to teach you, is as follows. First of all, say earnestly and realize the truth of what you are saying. There is no evil. There is only infinite good. Now rise in spirit to God transcendent and say, Thou art the infinite good, the infinite perfection, the infinite beauty and loveliness. As you say each of these words, visualize them and realize in your own soul what they mean. Now, by your recollections of lovely flowers and glorious sunsets and sunrises, try and understand what God's infinite beauty and loveliness is. Proceed to realize in your own soul the meaning of everything that follows, spending a little time over each. Thou art the infinite love, joy, peace, and happiness. Thou art the infinite abundance and prosperity, the infinite success, achievement, accomplishment, persistence, perseverance, patience, overcoming, and victory. Thou art the infinite wisdom, knowledge, truth, light, understanding, justice, equity, honesty, and uprightness. Thou art the sure guide of all who know Thee, showing man step by step the way for him to travel. Thou art the great solver of all problems, and the divine spirit within him tells him exactly what to do. Thou art the infinite life and health. There is no disease, sickness, ill health, or infection. Here, deny your own weaknesses and ailments, realizing that they cannot exist in God. There is only infinite life, health, purity, perfection, loveliness, beauty, youthfulness, joyousness, happiness, and love. This will cover every department of your life. Deny especially the troubles, habits, and difficulties of your own life, and realize that they can never exist in God. It is all a question of realization, for it is only when you realize the infinite perfection of God that the treatment becomes effective. When you get the realization, you will become conscious of an inburst of spiritual light, of radiance and glory, and you will feel lifted up in spirit in a wonderful manner. Realization is the only thing required, because the power of God is infinite and comes into operation as soon as you spiritually realize it within the soul. When you realize that there is no disease or failure in God, and that because you form part of the life of God, there can be no disease or failure in you, these negative evils begin to vanish from your life, simply because they cannot exist where God is. You will observe that the whole treatment is a meditation. Therefore, every time you do this, you become more like God, and your life more like that of heaven. If you make a daily habit of thus treating and entering more into the divine life, you will, as the years go by, find your life become more and more harmonious, beautiful, and blessed. At first, of course, the old troubles will persist, but in time their violence will diminish, and they will come less frequently, until finally they disappear altogether. Persistence and perseverance are necessary. Many times you will think you're doing no good, but if you will persist and persevere, you can never fail. Results may be delayed owing to accumulated past wrong thinking, but they will surely come, and they will come in this life. The results are not, however, confined to this life, for every time you treat in the manner shown, you are building up your soul body and your spirit body, and thus preparing yourself for the lives which have to be lived after you have shuffled off this mortal coil. According as you build now, so will your life be when this transient passing vapor is finished. He or she is wise who builds well today. You should continue to use denials and affirmations at all times during your waking hours. They will not hinder you. Instead, they will speed your work and make your tasks far easier. You may have to live or work in a sea of irritability, yet if you will deny that these things can affect God's creatures and affirm that all is peace and love and joy, the disturbances will quickly pass away. I have shown you how to treat for yourself. I will now show you how to treat for others and be the means of their cure, of sickness of mind, body, or estate. What you have to do is to think of the one you wish to help in order to set up a mental connection, and then go through the same treatment as for yourself, at the same time forgetting your friend and losing yourself in getting a clear realization of God. Suppose your friend is ill. You will establish a connection and then turn to God. And what do you find? Instead of a clear realization and a flood of spiritual light, you find a great darkness which you cannot penetrate. This is caused by your friend's illness, for illness is absence of God. If, however, you will keep on denying the sickness of your friend and keep on affirming the infinite life and health and purity and radiance of God, you will gradually find the darkness will disappear until at last you get the clear realization and the flood of spiritual light. When that takes place, your friend will be either cured or, as is more often the case, partly cured, for it is usually a question of perseverance until the desired results are attained. This is the true art of divine healing. It is not done by suggestion or mortal mind, but is accomplished simply by the realization of the perfect purity and health of God. In the same way, you can treat each member of your family both night and morning, with the result that they will be shielded from all harm, danger, disease, and unhappiness. Also, their characters will be transformed and changed into the divine image. Such treatment will bring harmony into the homes where, humanly speaking, such a thing is impossible, simply because it depends not upon any human or finite agency, but solely upon God. It will not keep people here beyond their allotted span, but it will make their lives happy and harmonious while they are here. The vibrations of some persons are higher than others, therefore they make better healers, simply because they get a more intense realization. But everyone can help, not only himself or herself, but also others. And remember this, it is far easier to prevent disease than it is to cure it. When treating members of your family, you should deny all evil, disease, sickness, ill health, and failure, realizing that these things cannot exist in God. Then affirm their positive opposites. Treat daily, not only for yourself, but each of your beloved ones in turn, separately, for to do them in bulk is not so effective. Healing by mental and spiritual treatment can only intensify and help the healing forces of nature. Nature is always trying to heal, and by treatment, these efforts are helped and given a greater incentive. Treatment cannot make a new limb grow where one has been lost. It will not grow a new eye where the optic nerve has atrophied. It will not set a broken limb, but it will make it heal quickly and cleanly after it has been set by physical means. Mental treatment and divine healing are wonderful, but they have their limitations, and if certain sects would remember this, they would be saved from much foolishness. It will be seen how necessary it is to treat spiritually, as early in the case as possible. The usual plan of trying every possible material treatment first, and then when given up to die. To call in a mental or spiritual healer is not fair either to patient or practitioner. In healing the sick, it is not necessary to see them or to go near them. You may be hundreds of miles away, and it will make no difference. For we are all in God, and God is in us, and we all form one complete whole. You will have an uphill task, however, if the one you are seeking to cure does not cooperate with you by looking to God and trusting entirely to the influence of the divine Spirit for healing. In fact, results will always be difficult to obtain unless you teach as well as treat. Some will exclaim, What about all the visualizing I have done? Is that all in vain? No, it is not in vain. It has served its purpose, and all that you have to do now is to visualize in God instead of in man. If you have been visualizing prosperity and plenty, you will now visualize and realize the infinite abundance of God. Perhaps you have been visualizing health, trying to see yourself a perfect and radiant creature. Now you will instead visualize the infinite perfection and life and health of God in heaven. So whatever it is that you need, you will realize that it is in God. And as you realize that it is in God, so will the glorious knowledge come to you that you are in God and that God is in you, that everything is yours, that there is only one complete whole, and you being in harmony with it, enter into possession of all good things. Some students will ask, but what about the special training of the subliminal mind? This too has served its purpose. It has taught you to still the senses and listen to the voice within. That voice is the voice of God, and your subliminal or superconscious mind is the infinite mind of God incarnating in this flesh. Instead of saying, "My subliminal mind will solve all my problems," you will now affirm instead, "God is the solver of all man's problems." You get your own personality, which has been standing in your way, out of the way, and find to your joy that you are one with God. And being one with God makes you one with all things, all the beauties of the new day, the sweet air, the rising sun, the blue sky, the song of the birds, the fragrant blossoms, the sparkling dew, the radiant life. All these are yours, and you are theirs. We are all one, one with one another, and with God in the life of God. You may also ask, what about prayer? Where does that come in? The answer is this. Realizing God is the only true prayer. If you examine the writings of all the saints and mystics that have ever lived, you will find they all declare that the only true prayer is the realization of the reality and presence of God. When the soul realizes the pure white light and radiance of spiritual glory, it knows that it has found God, not in some distant place, but within itself. And when it has found God, it has found itself. Denials and affirmations are the quickest road to that divine realization by the soul, which makes all things possible. Supplicating and begging things of God never bring any results. It is the prayer which is the realization that all things are accomplished even before the prayer is made, that receives the answer. Jesus taught his disciples how to pray, not to use vain repetitions, but to use a few denials and affirmations. The form I like best is the following: Our Father, thou art in heaven, thy name is adored, thy kingdom comes, thy will is done on earth as in heaven. Thou givest us day by day our daily bread. Thou forgivest our offenses, exactly as we forgive the offenses of others. Thou dost not tempt us, but keepest us away from evil. This was the prayer, consisting of denials and affirmations, which Jesus gave as a pattern. It is upon this pattern that my teaching is based, and it is also upon this that all modern spiritual healing is founded. In closing, I have 3 things to say. Remember that if you keep on patiently working in the unseen day by day, you are bound to get results in time. Do not refrain from working because you think you have not time, because you can find time if you make up your mind to do so. Supposing you had a small piece of ground and no time to dig it. If you said, "I cannot dig this ground, I have no time," then the ground would never be dug and you would never get a crop. If, however, you said, "The ground must be dug somehow, I must find time," then you will find that in some way you will find time, even if it means getting up 5 minutes earlier and putting in only 10 minutes at digging every morning, and at night taking a lantern and doing 10 minutes more before going to bed. It would be a matter of time only before your plot of ground got completely dug. In the same way, if you can only snatch 10 minutes night and morning and work in the unseen in the manner shown, there is bound to arrive a time when the result of your work will begin to show in your life and bring forth fruit after its kind. When you have demonstrated the truth of this teaching and brought harmony into your life and family circle, do not get weary in well-doing and rest on your oars, and neglect your daily work in the unseen, because if you do, you will assuredly slip back, and your last state will be much worse than the first. Everything depends upon what you do in the unseen. First in the unseen, then in the seen. This is the law. Keep on for the rest of your life to work daily in the unseen, and you will assuredly live a life of perfect peace, power, and accomplishment. You will find that the realization of the infinite perfection of divine being will in time destroy all undesirable habits, great or small, and by harmonizing with the divine will, all the weaknesses of the human will must pass away. If you go through the course again, modify it by the teaching of this lesson, thus cutting out the human "I will" and "I can," which were very necessary at the beginning, and replacing them by the all-embracing "Thou art." Meet all difficulties by affirmations of divine power. You can never fail. You are supported by the greatest of all spiritual powers. Finally, many students have expressed great regret at the course of lessons having come to an end, and have said, "Cannot I keep in touch with you in some way? I feel lost and lonely now that the lessons have ceased coming." My answer is this: if each student will follow the teaching of this lesson, he or she can never be out of touch, for we shall all be vibrating night and morning at the same pitch. Every time that we work in the unseen, we shall be vibrating in sympathy with each other, and thus shall we be mutually helpful to one another. For vibrating thus in unison, we are not only benefiting ourselves, we are also making the world a better world, and humanity a better humanity, through the power of scientific, directed, controlled thinking. Henry Thomas Hamblin.